Hello, hello. Good morning. What's the intro song? The name of this? Oh, to my streams? I just paid somebody to make that. It's based on, when I was asking him for it, I gave him a bunch of the music from Go Ranger. Like the Very Balloon song and stuff. But hello, Windbreaker. Hello, Enjoy. Good morning. Where is the YouTube chat? I'd like to have this popped out just in case. Oops. Wah. But yeah, I don't know, I should probably name the song, but it doesn't technically have a name, because it's just, like, it's an original song I paid somebody to make for me. I'm pretty sure if you go into the About section, his name should be, like, you can find a link to his Twitter page. That or Kamen Rider is what I thought remembering, but it didn't match up exactly in my memory. Yeah, I mean, it's that kind of song. It's one of the the older toy hero type music back in the day. I do miss the Showa era, like, music aesthetic. Even, like, Spider-Man and stuff back then had it, where it was, like, they would have this, like, very upbeat heroic song for the opening, and then they would have, like, a tragic song for the ending. There was... I don't know, that's, like, part of the whole, like, camp nature of tokusatsu to me, where it's, like, the presentation of the media itself, like, took itself very seriously. Like, it doesn't matter what the show looks like or anything, or what else you could say about it. Toei and the characters in the show take that shit serious. Spider-Man is a tragic figure. You sit down. You have to listen about how Hongo Takeshi is sad that he's not human anymore. Even after seeing him doing, like, a hectic wrestling battle against some fucking idiot lizard man or whatever the fuck. Then he's gonna tell you about how he's sad that he's no longer human, and you're gonna sit there and you're gonna take it seriously because we love him. Where was I at with stuff? Sounds like there was a firefight down at the docks. Since the UC has come this far already. Did you find the shortcut? I think I did. From the look on your face, I'd say Chang got you. I did tell you to watch out, didn't I? And he just bailed on us. I hear the anti-government guerrillas are on the move again, but with the governor at odds with the UCS, who are the guerrillas going to fight? Can we find the anti-government guerrillas and just pay them off? Speaking of which, we're really getting Metal Heroes reboot to take up the Super Sentai TV. So yeah, I was joking about that, and they're actually going for it. I was arguing about, like, with Wade in my Discord about this. Well, I guess not really arguing. I don't understand why it's called Gavin. It makes no sense. It makes literally no sense that it would be called Gavin, because fucking, like, he's not Gavin. He doesn't even look like Gavin. He doesn't even look like a space sheriff. Like, I don't understand why he would be called that. I wasn't even joking about it with my guess being the same, though. I was like... I was sort of wish casting. I'm surprised. The title feels off. I'm, like, not even opposed to him being, like, called a space sheriff thematically. I just don't know why they're gonna call him Gavin. Because, like, the original Gavin was a guy, and then in the Heisei era, we got the reboot that was in canon with it. Like, the Heisei Gavin is the nominated successor. Like, those two guys met, and he passed off the title. Like, that was explicitly defined as why it was justified that they could both be Gavin. And now there's a new guy. He's not that guy. I don't think he knows him. I don't know, maybe they'll bring him back to hand off the torch. Unless they do, I'm right. He doesn't look like that guy. That's another thing. The Heisei and Showa Gavin look like exactly the same almost. The suit is slightly different. But it's like, if you saw the new Gavin and you knew what Gavin looked like, you'd immediately recognize him. Oh yeah, I already did the backpack. Right, yeah. Yeah, just different body types, more or less. There's a few details that are different. There's a couple of creative liberties, but it's like 90% the same suit. Unless you knew, like, specifically, you'd have a hard time telling which is which from just a picture. But the new guy, like, it's just, he's literally just like a Red Ranger, but they're gonna call him Gavin for no reason. And it's like, why wouldn't, like, not that it would make more sense for any other reason, but shouldn't he at least be Sherivan? Because Sherivan is red. Like, there's at least some connection from one to the other. It still doesn't really make sense, but like, at least you could be like, oh, okay, we're calling him Sherivan because Sherivan was the red space sheriff. It's like, that's not a good justification, but it's something. It's more than nothing. Let me run the simulator. I want more EP. Which is number 8? And at least from what I hear about that show, it would make more sense, like... I think I already did this, actually. Well, I might as well do it again. Let me spawn in closer to them. Get this over with quick. No, not there. Wait, how do I, like, undeploy him? Okay, there we go. Maybe he's like a rookie and takes the actual Gavin suit by the end. Some people have been saying that like his super form is gonna be silver and then he's gonna look like Gavin. That would be strange. The thing is, from what I've actually know about the show, and the recent announcement proves the leaks I've seen are basically accurate, the show should be more related to Kabutak than fucking space sheriffs. like even if you were gonna make it related to an existing Metal Hero show, there's shows that make way more sense, and there's shows that thematically make more sense. You could relate it to Exceed Draft. That had a Red Ranger. Or Beef-Fighter Kabuto, although that would be, then you'd have to make them bugs or bugs. Let's shoot with no skill, and then I can fire if I get attacked. But yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of bringing back Metal Heroes and like making the two series one thing. I just don't understand why he would be called Gavin. It doesn't make sense in context. It doesn't make sense in practice. It literally doesn't make sense. I don't know. You know. Like, imagine the next Kamen Rider season was called Kamen Rider, or called, like, or called, like, Stronger or something, you know, no relation. Just a totally different guy, but they just used one of the old names. It's like, okay, but why? It's like, okay, but it's not him, it's just a different guy. Like, you're using a recognizable name for an existing character, but there's no actual relation. It's like, why? To be fair, Shin Kamen Rider doesn't... He does. I mean, I get what you mean, but it looks enough like it. That's like that's a different, like, continuity version of the same character. There's other problems with that because there's like... I mean, if anything, he's based more on the manga version, which is an odd choice in some respects. But, like, if you saw those two guys, you'd understand, you know, you could say the same about, like, the first took a lot of creative liberties, but if you saw, like, those three guys lined up, you could understand how they're all kind of supposed to be the same guy. The real problem there would be Shin Prologue, like, the original, like, Kamen Rider Shin, because he actually doesn't look like him, but the problem with that is that the reason he doesn't look like a Kamen Rider is because that, or he doesn't look like a Showa guy specifically, is that he was actually going to get like a belt and a suit in the actual like movie, because the first one that they have is a prequel. Like it's a deliberate prequel that was setting up a second movie where he'd become like an actual Showa guy Kamen Rider. And then they just, I mean, that movie just failed. So we don't get to see that. Then he shows up, when he shows up with stuff, he looks real out of place. And it's like, the reason that that's also different is that all of those guys, whether it's Kamen Rider or Shin Prologue Kamen Rider or Shin Kamen Rider or the first, those guys are all Hongo Takeshi. Like, you know, it's the same character. That's why they have the same name. It's because it's actually the same guy. Which is not true of Gavin Infinity. That's not Gavin. It's just some other guy. I'm not familiar with the follow-ups to that movie. I mean, there weren't any, is the problem. There's some like production information. That's why it's called Shin Kamen Rider Prologue. Like it's a prequel. Like it's setting up a movie that we just ultimately didn't get. And there's limited information you can find on the details. I assume he was gonna look like a Showa era guy because that just makes sense. But I mean, we never got to see it, so who knows? But yeah, I don't know. I'm not opposed to being the like Red Ranger being a metal hero or the like bringing the two series together. I just don't understand why they're calling him Gaff. it literally just doesn't make sense. If anything, it's the other way around. His design is based on the sketches of Batman. Like, if you look up, what was that? I think it was Kamen Rider Zero. Ishinomori actually did do sketches of like a prototype rider, and Shin and Kamen Rider Black are both based on that, because Black has his weird monster form. If anything, it would be like that. The Gavin Infinity thing is like if instead of Kamen Rider Black, they just called that guy like Kamen Rider and just tried to pretend like it was the same guy. I vaguely remember that design. They use the design more in Black Sun because he actually turns in that and like fights in his first few fights instead of being Kamen Rider. I also don't know if it's gonna work, the idea is that they're gonna, like, you know, they know people are nostalgic for Metal Heroes and kind of want the series to come back. And there's like other stuff in the show that's reminiscent of like Kabutak and stuff. Like, so they're, the idea here is they're gonna combine the appeal of both shows, both Super Sentai and Metal Heroes, to try to get people to buy toys the way that they do for Kamen Rider. And I don't know if that's gonna work. I'd have to look up. I don't even know. How was, like, before they ended Metal Heroes, because that had like a planned end date. How was Metal Heroes doing before they took it off air in terms of toy sales? I actually don't happen to know. I wouldn't be surprised to hear it was doing better than Super Sentai, which was on at the same time, so you can make like a direct comparison. But I haven't actually seen those numbers. I assumed that they were selling. I feel like, you know, what kid wouldn't want a Kabutak toy? Yeah. Oh, I sneezed. But yeah, weird. I'm more surprised they're gonna put it on television is the thing. When I heard that they were gonna like rebrand Super Sentai, I was sure they were gonna make it a web series. But I guess that's out of consideration for TV Asahi. I wonder if they're not gonna do a simulcast like they're doing with Zets though. Because, you know, there's not technically a lot of reason that we, like, you know, I don't want to hate on TV Asahi. It's an important part of the history of everything, but I don't know to what benefit that having it on television really is. Subaraya is more there, and I think they're right. Like, they're putting everything on YouTube. They have their own streaming service for, like, in Japan. They have Subaraya Imagination. I do think that just makes more sense at this point. You know, because like the audience is kids, and kids are not watching television. Kids are on their phones. So it does make more sense to just have it online. I'm pretty sure there's a Subaraya, like, Imagination app. You just watch Ultraman X on your iPad whenever you want. Unfortunately, they should bring as much as I hate streaming services, I wish they would bring Imagination over. I would actually pay for Imagination. They just won't sell it to me. I'm playing their other games now. They brought some of their phone games over. You can play Kaiju Palette and Puzzle Swatch. It's like they just made it available. If they build it, I would come. I remember I was at Ultra Hero Expo and they were asking me that, like, do you subscribe to like Imagination? I was like, I would. Damn. Oh wait, maybe. Yay, okay. I was gonna say I was one hit short to kill him. Schaefer actually came in clutch. Why is that one guy not even coming in? But yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I just don't know. I guess the main reason I don't know how and if this is gonna work is I don't know the, like, pull that the Space Sheriff Gavin has with the kids these days. Like, how many Japanese kids are actually gonna be like, Mom, can you buy me the new Space Sheriff Gavin toy for Christmas? Are they even gonna have it out by then? I assume they are, because they planned an announcement for, like, the end of this month. So they might have something on toy shelves imminently. I'll have to see. And we'll have to see how much better it does. The funny thing is they already did this. Like, they did a reboot for Gavin like 10 years ago now. When was GoBusters? It was the same time as that. A good couple of years ago now. And it failed. Which, there's a bunch of reasons for that. But those were movies, so maybe it'll do better now that it's like a TV show again. And they're properly advertising it. Can you stop attacking Rengas, actually? I wonder, you know, I do wonder, are we gonna, like, lock in for that? Like, if this guy is Gavin, is the next guy gonna be, like, Sherivan and Shider and everything? Like, if they're gonna redo Gavin now, are we gonna just go down the list of names after this? Like, if this guy is Gavin, is the next guy also going to be a Space Sheriff and use, like, a legacy name? I do. One reason I would worry about this is it is kind of ill-fated because you know what this actually reminds me of? It reminds me of the new generation stuff that Ultraman did that failed pretty hard. Because Ultraman Trigger was very prominently new generation Tiga. Which, Trigger wasn't bad, but that's a comparison I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. Because Tiga is that guy. Like, Tiga is the guy. Everybody knows him. Everybody who knows Ultraman knows Tiga. He's iconic and still well respected. So it's a rough comparison to be setting up. And it did not go over particularly well. So I do wonder, like, the problem with another problem other than, like, that it doesn't make sense with calling the show Gavin is that it invites comparisons to the two existing Gavin shows, the movie and the original Showa show, which I'm not sure actually is a favorable position to put yourself in. Like, you know, are people gonna say, like, oh, this is just like Gavin but cooler? It's like, no, I actually prefer the original Gavin. Like, I don't know. But yeah, Super really backtrack on that, because then when they did, what was the next one? Decker. When they did Decker, they specifically didn't say that it was a new generation Dyna, even though it obviously was intended to be that. They just dropped that. They just dropped that from the title and the branding. Like, why is he called Decker? Don't worry about it. And then they declined to call Blazer Ultraman gayer, or whatever they would have called him. And Trigger, Decker, and gayer, because he would be Ultraman Gaia, But yeah, I do wonder how this is gonna go, because Subaraya explicitly tried the like older the pandering to like legacy stuff, and it didn't go well at all. They really, if anything, that was sort of a mistake. Yeah, they did that. It turned out to maybe not be a good idea in practice. Ultraman gayer? Well, I mean, like, what? Literally, what else would they have called them? My friend V, Virtual Hero V Ranger, says that as a joke, but like, literally, what would they have called him? Like, it sort of has to be gayer, because Tiga became Trigger, and then Dyna became Decker. So, following that naming convention, what would you call the new generation guy? Like, it would sort of like, it would be like gayer or Geyer. So, people would still be calling it gayer. Because people were already saying that before it came out. And then subsequently it never came out, but... Ultraman Gamer? That'd be crazy. That really is how bad that fumble is with Trigger, though, because, like, the thing about Tiga is that him and the other two boys are treated as a set. Like, Tiga is the guy, but, like, they always bring up, like, Tiga, Dyna, and, Tiga, Dyna, and Gaia together. They have like a Z form together. They always have a set. They have they have a set in the card game and everything. So the fact that they only did 2 of the 3, it's rough. Ultimately the right decision though, because I really like the new shows, like Blazer Arc and Omega, all really good. It's weird, I feel like I like I think I said this before, I like the characters in Omega better, but I think that the other 2 were better shows. Like, overall, I would say that Omega is the weakest of the 3, but I do really like the characters in Omega. So I don't know, maybe it works out. All comes out in the wash. Although I also like the characters in Blazer and Arc. But I would say the Omega, like, the Omega cast is my favorite. They're just so stupid. I love those boys. The dumbest boys. Okay. So let me upgrade him. I don't have enough points for another one. Get abilities. He needs 30 to upgrade. Can I use aim and one of the shots, or would that not work? Evasion, accuracy. I would rather lower evasion in the interest of killing him. Schaefer. Oh, let me get him link points. Set links. Actually, let me just use them both for attack. Okay. It's the same shop, right? That's what they were saying about the shortcut. Yeah. This may not be the right course of action, but I think we should leave town. Oh, right. They were also being stalked by the Russians, I remember. Schaefer, what are you doing? Come on. Okay. Are you still thinking about that girl? Bro, you're better off. I would avoid. I would avoid. That's all red flags. Forget her. It never would have amounted to anything. Yeah, she just blew in from Red Flag City. Why not? We're not here on vacation, Chamber. Once we leave, that's so funny. You changed the subject. What do you mean? We're leaving. Once we leave this country, we're never coming back. Whoa, Snapkick. Hello. Big raid. Hello, hello. What are you doing? How was your stream? Do you have fun? Oh, I forgot to turn on the bot. I'm stupid. Gamer. It do be gamer. How... Oh, retro. Nice. I love that game. I might have to change I might have to change the name of my channel. I might have to start calling myself Gavin. How goes the front mission? It's going well. We're in Venezuela. We're in South America. It's pretty nice. I didn't know there was like there's a South American like Supernatural Union front mission. I didn't know that because I only played up to 3 when I played these as a kid. That's right. Our first priority is to get out of here alive. The ladies can wait. Hell yeah, I need to try these at some point. Yeah, I'd recommend them. So far, 2 has been the low point. 1 was really good. 2 was kind of like, I like the story, but in the gameplay like got worse. But I could see what they were going for, and then they got it to work in 3. And this one is good in a different way. I like the updates. I feel like this is streamlined in ways I don't like. I was talking about it on Twitter. Like they made the they made the gameplay overall better, but in ways that sort of make it less compelling. Because instead of like randomly learning skills in battle when you'd have a chance to use them, you like just select them from a menu, stuff like that. Which is a better, like more sensible system, but I kind of liked the way it was. The mobile weapon. Crazy they smuggled this thing in here. All the way from Russia. It is interesting you fight the Zaftrans directly in this one, because they're set up as like a major antagonist in the first game, but then you don't hear as much about them until now. Sometimes the more jank weird stuff is more fun than what makes more sense that's fair. Yeah, it's like there's a certain charm to it. And it's like I understand why they would opt for a better system that's like probably makes more sense to more people. Like that's like more practical and like just an overall better system. But I did kind of like the charm of the way it used to work, the sort of quirks of the game. Because the thing about that is you would end up with aces and like like some people, if they survived like hectic firefights, would become really good pilots with a lot of skills. And that can't happen now. You just kind of have everybody at the same general level. Like characters would get as good as you use them and as good as they were lucky enough to survive in battle. But yeah, in other news, the Toei is canceling Super Sentai. They're taking that shit off air. And they're gonna call it Space Sheriff Gavin now instead. No relation. They had another show called Space Sheriff Gavin. This has nothing to do with that. It's just called the same thing. Well, yeah. So I heard, is it time to go, or is there some grand reason it's over? It's toy sales. It's also a good time to step out because it's there. They decided they redid the numbering a second time to call this the 50th anniversary series, which is also not true. Speaking of like calling the show something that's not true, they redid the numbering of the shows to call this the 50th anniversary. It's the 50th team and the 50th anniversary show, and it's like a good time to call it, but the main reason is that like toy sales have been persistently low for Super Sentai, even though they've gotten them up for Kamen Rider. So the big gambit here is they're going to combine Super Sentai with Metal Heroes to try to get toy sales up. I don't know how well that's going to work. Just to have a big round number event? That's so scummy. What's funny about it is that the 45th show, 4 shows ago, you know, if you count 4 back from 50, you get to 45. If you can do that math. That was the big anniversary series. And they specifically numbered all the shows. Like, I have the changer for that. It has a gear for every show, and they're all numbered. And that numbering is now retroactively incorrect. Like, they went through every show and gave them a number. And then they decided to redo it 4 years later so that this show could actually be the 50th show. Because the rub on that is that one of the shows, I think it was like the 42nd show, I'd have to check. But one of the shows was Lupat. It was Lupin Ranger versus Pat Ranger. So there's like 2 teams. But the way that Zenkaiger handled that is that it's one show, so they get the same number. Like they're actually 2 teams, but they're effectively like one team. So they were counted as one. But this time, so we can redo it, they counted them as 2. Good morning. Hey Mirai, how are you? Good morning. But yeah, they announced just yesterday that they're gonna call the show Space Sheriff Gavin. So back in the 70s, there was a show called Space Sheriff Gavin. Totally different series. It was the series they put on during like the 10 years that Kamen Rider wasn't on air. The Metal Heroes series. And now they're just gonna call the show that. He's not that guy. He doesn't look like him. He doesn't even look like a space sheriff. It's thematically not the same show. But they're just gonna call it that. So the plan is that we're just gonna keep making Super Sentai. But now the Red Ranger is gonna be called Gavin. No relation to the actual Gavin or the Heisei Gavin. What's funny is they already did a reboot of Space Sheriff Gavin, which failed. So this is the 3rd guy they're calling Gavin, and there's there's literally no reason to call him that. It actually doesn't make sense at all. Here, wait, let me move up so I can do 2 attacks. Doing alright, brain starting up for work. You gotta start up the brain with a healthy breakfast. Okay, now when you attack, I'm gonna trigger Daryl to also attack. I do like the link system in this, it's really good. You can set up attacks to trigger when you, like, see, like, he is lined up to do his punch, so when I attack him with people who have a link with him, he'll, like, do an extra attack if he has the points for it. Unfortunately. But yeah. But they're gonna try some good old-fashioned nostalgia pandering. Holy shit, it's Etrian artistry. Yeah, kinda. Team up. But yeah, toy sales have been persistently underwater since like Kyoryuger, I think. They broke water again with Don Brothers, but then it's still been... It's not that they don't sell toys, it's that they don't sell enough toys. So they're usually, like, not turning a profit. Yeah, I messed that up. I should have had Daryl attack first. Oops, and I was just talking about the Link attacks. You'd think after all this time they'd pivot their money-making to something else or diversify so toys aren't everything? Well, what I thought they were gonna do, and apparently I was wrong about this part, is I was assuming when they rebranded, they were gonna make it a web series and try to bring down production costs, like do a shorter season, like try to bring spending under control, maybe cut down on some of the effects budget, like honestly do it more like a show in some ways. Like, that's what I was assuming. They were just gonna release it on YouTube, so they wouldn't have to, like, whatever. I don't know how their deal with TVosity works exactly, honestly. And they would do, it wouldn't have to be 50 episodes, and you know. But apparently that's not the plan. They're just gonna keep it on TV, so I don't, you know, the idea here is that people are so nostalgic for Space Seraph Gavin that it's just going to sell more toys with the branding change, I guess. I feel toys aren't a huge thing for kids anymore with Vidya and streaming. That's kind of true, but it's like it still works with Kamen Rider, and it's like, it's not that toy sales have gone down necessarily, it's just that they've stayed persistently low since like the 2000s. So it's not that the show's making no money, it's just that it's like, it's not with like Kamen Rider, you can see the graph go up, like it's consistently making more money. And the problem they're having is that is not happening. The show hasn't been making money, and it continues to not make money. Classic number go up. Yeah, around, I have to see, I saw the graph recently. I want to say around double, maybe a little earlier than that. You saw the profits go way up and then stay up for Kamen Rider, but they've not been able to create the same thing with Super Sentai. So it's like, the problem isn't necessarily that the show isn't selling toys, it's that it's not selling enough toys to cover costs. So like, if they could sell more toys, then if they could either sell more toys or lower production costs, which is why I assumed they were gonna lower production costs. Because that seems more straightforward. You can't necessarily control people buying toys, but you can control how much you're spending on making the show. I don't know, I guess we'll have to see when... I could still be right about that. I guess they could still just lower the episode count. So what they're saying is they need to stop paying their actors? Well, that was also a scandal that happened recently. They did fire one of their actors for stupid reasons that made no sense. Oh, of course it was. Yeah, that was a big controversy recently. They fired the current Black Ranger, Goju Unicorn. Maya... I forget the actress's full name. But she was... They actually didn't fire her. Her agency fired her. For allegedly underage drinking. That's not true. They're lying. She didn't get in trouble with the cops because what they're accusing her of is legal, in particular. But, you know, there's no police report on that. But she was working at like a bar without their permission, which, you know, says something troubling about how much they were paying her. But that's neither here nor there, I suppose. And then they fired her and they told Toei about it after the fact. You'd think there'd be a defamation at this point if they're... Yeah, they, you know, honestly, she should really... She probably should sue them. I'd support her if she did. And it certainly hurt her career and her reputation. I don't know, maybe I know the laws are sort of different there. But it's like... It's so frustrating to me. The problem I have with it is, like, why doesn't Toei, like, come down on them hard? Like, you know, I'm not asking Toei, I don't expect Toei to be a good company and, like, look after their workers and do the right thing. That's maybe a little too much to ask for in a lot of ways, so I don't really expect that to happen. But, like, I expect them to not let a scandal, like, throw off their anniversary season. That's like the last season of the show on TV under this name. Like, what? You know, when the talent agency shows up and be like, oh, we fired one of the main characters because we caught her drinking. You know, why wasn't the production staff like, no, you that didn't happen and you're not firing her? Like, if you or any tabloid talks about that, we're going to sue you. That didn't happen. We, the multinational corporation, have decided that actually didn't fucking happen. Shut up. It's like, you know, it's like, I'm not expecting them to handle it like a good company, but can they not handle it like a bad company? Can they not just crack down? Where are the fucking lawyers? Close your eyes and cover your ears going la la. Yeah, like literally. Literally, I need Shuriker to fucking read Machiavelli. I need him to just... like, you know, Toei is a massive corporation. They're international. These fucking talent agencies and tabloids talking about this, they should come down on them like a sack of hammers. It's crazy. Like, why would we put up with this? Why would Toei put up with this? I'm just expecting them to, like, act in their own interest. You know, we fired one of our actors, so you can't use their footage anymore. It's like, no, fuck you. Absolutely not. You cannot make that decision. And Seiju talent agency should at least be blacklisted from the industry. It's like how would they put up with this? It messed up the production schedule. It messed up the broadcasting schedule. They're gonna have to like re-record scenes with a different actor. That's a funny thing, actually. The way they've decided to handle this, their brilliant strategy, is that one of the actresses from the season like 3 years ago looks kind of similar, so she's just gonna step in and pretend to be the same character. And I like her, but I really don't think it's gonna go as well as they think it is. I feel like that's sort of a bad idea in a lot of ways. I do really like that actress, the Yellow Ranger from Dawn Brothers. Like, the actresses look kind of similar. People were saying that, actually. This is how you know Toei's on Twitter all the damn time. People were saying that when the show started, that she looked like the same, that it looked like the same actress. And what do you know? It is the same actress. You were right. You were right. You might have thought that you were just assuming that, but actually, that's the same person. Legally. Now we've decided that it is. But yeah, I really just hope the actress can get more work after this, just kind of walk past this. That's what I'm most worried about. Like, all the damage that I could complain about otherwise has already been done. But I do hope the actress could just get a job, like, doing, like, a drama or something. Me replacing my kid's dog with a very similar looking dog? Yeah. Just telling him it's the same dog? It's like, no, they look similar, right? I'm pretty sure. I think it is the same one. But yeah, there's already been rough, like the last 2 episodes that, like, Goju Unicorn is like not present in any of the scenes until she shows up for the fight and she doesn't say anything. It's been difficult already. And now they're gonna have to like re-record scenes with a different actress. Don't know how that one's gonna go over. She's a popular actress, and well, I mean, she's popular in the show, so maybe it'll go over well. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to say how that'll go over in Japan. There is a lot of very troubling... There's a lot of, like, parent-teacher groups. There's a lot of, like, PTA shit, where there's, like, women in Japan who are, instead of being upset at the talent agency or Toei for fucking it all up and creating this big scandal basically out of thin air, they're mad at the actress for allegedly underage drinking because like a character in a kid's show shouldn't be doing bad things. Basically, you're setting a bad example for our children. I bet the mecha anime community has more diversity than a Californian Starbucks. Probably. I don't know. There's all kinds of characters in mecha shows. Like you could go to... Which Gundam? It was 00, where he's like literally from the Middle East. where he's literally from the Middle East, and that makes the child soldier thing actually a little difficult to talk about. Parent-esque behavior, yeah. So it's like... That's why I don't know, like, maybe people in Japan will be relieved to have a less, a less controversial actress. Maybe it'll go over better than what I'm imagining, because I'm much more frustrated. I'm much more upset at the talent agency more than anybody else. But there is sort of a different culture about these sorts of things. And I get like the personal responsibility bit, but first of all, there's no proof she did anything wrong, which is what bothers me the most. Both literally and because, like, again, why would Toei put up with this? It's like, why would Toei just accept that? Oh yeah, we caught her underage drinking. So the police caught her underage drinking? No, we decided that she's underage drinking. I'm from Russia, half my age group, Full Metal Panic. Oh yeah, the Full Metal Panic. I remember that. I forget why, but I do remember hearing Full Metal Panic was popular in Russia. I'm not as familiar with Full Metal Panic. I know a little bit of it, and it's like the military mecha show. Weirdly, I've seen more of the comedy series, the like Fumofu, because that was on Funimation a lot. Like, I've seen less of the actual meta show. But yeah, a lot of news on the Super Sentai front. It's not going well. Is voiced really well? The voice acting quality is better than the English one? For the Russian one or the Japanese version? Toei breaking down your door, arresting you for underage drinking while ignoring your copious amount of illegal torrents and shows that they, one of the rare exceptions. The Russian? Oh, how are Russian dubs? I've never thought about that. I know that Spanish dubs tend to be really good, because they take that shit seriously. English dubs, it's a very mixed bag. It's very hit or miss. I'd never put money on the English dubs being good. Trying to think. One of the few English dubs I would defend is Black Lagoon. Maybe Code Geass. I do like the dub in Code Geass. Lelouch's actor especially puts in a really good shift. Other shows that I like the dub, it's just because I watched the dub first. So it's like I'm just biased. I'm just biased and irrational that like watching a show that I remember, the dub is what's actually nostalgic, because that's how I watched it the first time. Bebop? Yeah, Cowboy Bebop, I would say. They do a good job. That's sort of a broader issue. We don't in the Western world, in the English-speaking world, we don't take voice acting seriously enough. Ohayou gozaimasu. Hey, Commander. Ohayou gozaimasu. Well, 90s were pretty bad. The early 2000s voice or down businessman. Watched Bebop and Trigun as a kid, so English may be biased, but I look both. Yeah, I want to say the Trigun dub was good. I feel like it was. I want to say that that's true. Anything that's very Western? Yeah, maybe that is why. So they thought they would like be more popular. Outlaw Star 2. Oh yeah. Man, Outlaw Star. Rough out here. We used to get good shows. Man, Outlaw Star, Trigun, Bebop. Maybe that's the problem, is that the shows were just better. Maybe the voice actors took it more seriously because they were just working on better shit. Outlaw Star. I get a lot out of Outlaw Star on Twitter for some reason. Like when I'm doom scrolling through Twitter videos, there's a lot of Outlaw Star clips that come up. I'm always happy to see it. The geometry got really fucked up there for a second. They were more suited to our taste, more pulp. There's a lot of reasons that they were better, honestly. I like the glorification of idealized adulthood since I was 12. I mean, almost all mecha shows are coming of age stories. So that's always going to be a thing. You could argue that the mecha itself represents the glorification of adulthood. Yeah, a young teenager gets into a symbolic giant man to pilot him. It's very obviously a metaphor for like growing up. I started wondering recently, and I'm only 24, if shit was better before this stuff. That's complicated. A big reason, what I would recommend is you watch, what is it, Yokohama Shopping? What's that one show? There's an OVA. Yokohama Kaidashi Hiko. What's the name of this in English? Yokohama Shopping Log. So there's an OVA series you can find. It's called Yokohama Shopping Log. The first episode is done in purely traditional animation at the height and the end of traditional animation being a thing, and the second episode is done with digital techniques, and you can see in real time all the life and soul sucked out of that show. It's really upsetting in a lot of ways. And it's like, they've gotten better at like digital techniques and stuff now, but that really gets across why it's like not even necessarily better and worse. That gets across why anime is very different now. It really teaches the controversy. Cause like the first episode of YHK, like literally they're animating the clouds passing over. Like there's a shot where they look up and see how it's like a sparsely cloudy day. and then there's a shot of them down, and you can, if you pay attention, you can see the clouds roll over them by the shadows. Like it's so delicately animated. It's a work of art in motion. and then they get to the second episode, which is animated with new digital techniques. They got better at digital, but it still looks like plastic. Yeah, that's what I mean, though. It's like, it's not even necessarily that it's worse. It's just a fundamentally different method of animation. So it's like, it's never... It's not that it's necessarily worse. It's that it's, in particular, never quite gonna be the same as it was. Like, it's a definitively different way of animating than, like, hand drawing every fucking panel. And it's a more practical way of animating. I don't like the range of old enough to choke your chicken but too young to buy a beer. Well, I mean, that's just necessary for coming-of-age stories. With, like, Mecha specifically, you need them all to be teenagers because it's always a coming-of-age story. You can't really... I mean, there's shows that are exceptions to this, but, like, broadly, you can't have a coming-of-age story about, you know, somebody who's already in their 20s. I would recommend, Gun X Sword.
Is this all this piece of junk can take?
That has an old weird guy as the protagonist. There's a couple of those. At least Mike Guine, the MC, is a CEO, and in Yu Yu Hakusho, the cast is confident behind their age. Well, they're all teenagers. They're just stupid. Good old Yusuke and Kuwabara. they're always the reason they seem confident behind their age is because they're always biting off more than they can chew. People say that there's a huge issue with younger gen getting into it as a work. I mean, you really just can't. It's the problem. One of the practical issues is you can't fucking torture your workers as much now. Like, they were just running people into the ground. Like, you can't. Doing, like, hand-drawn animation, it's grueling work. Like, there's a reason that even before they shifted to completely digital, they were already starting to outsource a lot of the busy work to Korea. Because Korea has worse labor laws than Japan, somehow. Like, it's... There is a certain, like, literal practicality of you can't get people to work like you did in the fucking 80s. Not just that the bubble popped and we don't have the money, it's that you can't force people to do that anymore. I would love a mecha show about a middle-aged man rediscovering his happiness and finding new hope. Okay, then I cannot recommend Gun X. So never mind, that's certainly not what it's about. That's a man with a lot of problems. Some people almost panic that it's going to die down in Japan. Teenagers have low confidence. That's the thing I think about with, like, all of our sci-fi now is dystopian. It has to do with, like, outlooks on society in the future. That it's like, you can't quite have the same type of shows anymore. Apparently you have to torture them at least a little bit. You know, I don't want to say it, but we did, you know, back in the old days when they used to sort of be a lot worse with how they treated workers, we did get a lot better media. We got better movies and shows and animation in a lot of ways. I don't want to say you should mistreat workers and specifically artists and animators, but they, you know, I wouldn't recommend anything, but they sure did good work back in the days where labor laws were worse. It's notable, unfortunately. Would you recommend getting into Front Mission? If you want people rediscovering happiness and finding new hope, no. There are older protagonists in this. There are older mecha pilots. They're all adults. But that's definitely not what the series is about. I mean, that if anything, it's more like Gun X Sword, especially the first one with Royd. War is hell, and I miss my wife. But the series is good. Not if you're looking for people rediscovering happiness and finding themselves. That's not what's going on here. I think the word you're looking for is tough love. Yeah, that's what I mean. You could, but it wouldn't resonate. I don't like that it resonates for mental health reasons. I want to take a denialist approach. You know, artists, a lot of the best artists really went through it. I think about Van Gogh and stuff.
Easy there. Don't move.
Think about Van Gogh, Da Vinci. A lot of the best artists were really fucking going through it. All the good art we got after World War II. The good movies.
You? It's her?
Real art might just come from human suffering, unfortunately. You have to play and read Front Mission. I do gotta get caught up on the manga. I found a lot of the manga when I was playing the first game, and I've just been slacking off. I don't like art from pathetic people. I kind of like art from pathetic people specifically. Like Van Gogh, I really like him, and he was a little pathetic. Like, the more you read about his life, the more you just kind of feel bad for him. Tolkien wasn't pathetic? What about, who wrote The Man in the Sea? I'm blanking on that author. The Old Man in the Sea by Ernest Hemingway. Ernest Hemingway was a little pathetic. He was sort of, you got a good dichotomy. He was like a very man's man who liked to drink and go to bullfights, but he was also sort of pathetic in his way. It's not like you're into Van Gogh. I'm kind of into Van Gogh. I'm a little behind on my art appreciation. Let's say Ernest Hemingway, because he was like a man's man. He was respectable. Lovecraft, well, he was pathetic in a different way. He was pathetic in that he was like mentally ill. Good old Howard. Howard had a lot of problems. Didn't Hemingway? Yeah, he was a gentle soul. It was really rough on him. Lovecraft? Yeah, H.P. Lovecraft. My friend Howard, notorious namer of cats. He was a really good author, but he had a lot of problems as a person. This is a surprise. I always think about his cat. You really can't. You're not supposed to think about his cat. He loved that cat. For everything else about it, he did love and treat that cat well. There was really just a lot of things wrong with him.
Get down from that thing and come over here. What are we gonna do with her? Well, it looks like she's their commander. They won't attack us as long as
we're gonna take a hostage? I feel like, shouldn't we just kill her and leave?
But first,
isn't that gonna get us more involved?
You owe us an explanation.
Don't actually say it. I was avoiding saying it. Like, I know what the cat's name is. You cannot say that. You can't talk about that in particular on Twitch. Listen, he loved that cat. He was just a very strange person. Oh, Howard. I mean, the cat itself, the thing is that's indicative of a lot of his writing. There's a lot of his stories which talk about such things in a way that's very difficult. In a way that's wasn't even really appropriate at the time when he lived, honestly. It says a lot. That's the only thing people remember about him. The thing was that was also part of his writing. Like, that also came into his, it's very hard to separate the artist from the art, because the kind of person he was and a lot of the sort of problems he had in a lot of ways bleed into his work. It becomes very difficult. It becomes very difficult to separate H.P. Lovecraft's work from everything that was wrong with him. Where should I start with Front Mission? Play the first game. Get the DS one. I would recommend, they did remakes recently, but I haven't actually gotten to those yet. I was going to play them after playing everything else. So, I would recommend you should be able to find, there's a DS version of Front Mission 1. But I think there's a couple of other remakes, but I know you can get it for DS. That's one of the more recent ones, not counting the actual remake. His cat decentralized himself. He was just a strange guy. Yeah, I don't think he thought that much about it. I think that just kind of came naturally to him. I'd invite Howard for tea. He could use it. Depends on you what into. Manga, dog life, dog stuff. Yeah, I found the manga. I gotta read them. It explains why he said he said a lot of things in his books. we should probably we gotta call a kibosh on the Lovecraft talk. We're veering into territory that'll get me in trouble on Twitch. Never knew that or needed to. He was even outside of that in particular, he was a very paranoid person. Like he was a very troubled man. But I mean, you know, again, like, you know, artists are like that. Talk about other pulp. L. Ron Hubbard. Yeah, other non-controversial people. I miss pulp. I gotta read more sci-fi magazines. I think a lot about Ray Bradbury and Asimov and all the pulp work they did. That's why fucking sci-fi is dead. I've become convinced, I've become radicalized on the question. Because I've thought a lot about science fiction. And it's because we don't have pulp magazines anymore. Because a lot of the, like, big science fiction names, they were just cranking out tons of short stories into the magazines back in the day. And amazing science fiction and all that bullshit. And you just don't have that anymore. Like, there's no, like, dedicated media for sci-fi authors to come up in with short stories and different works. That's another thing with, like, Asimov. You could see, like, Pebble in the Sky. Like, he wrote and rewrote a lot of his stories. And people just don't really have the opportunity to do that in the way that they did back then. In periodicals and pulp magazines. So, it's like, I feel like the problem we're having now is that all books are written like novels and like comic books are written like movies. But you don't have sci-fi writing like you did back in the day. You don't have comic book writing. I watched I forget where that was. It was from some panel, but they talked about how Jack Kirby wasted his ideas, and that's why he was like the best. Because like a panel of Jack Kirby's work had more content in it than like full issues of Marvel Comics now. Because he was just constantly thinking about stuff. He'd put all kinds of stuff into any given issue that he wouldn't expound on, and then he would just move on. Even Stephen King's a fraud. All of his shit is ghostwritten. It's Stephen King, it's impossible to judge the quality of his work because most of it isn't by him. So it's like, where do you even... how do you even determine, like, where's the line where he's actually doing any of it? Most of Stephen King's work, especially all the famous stuff, is ghostwritten. Whatever meaning you should get more interest in the other. I would wish people do more retrofuturism. Well, like, the problem is you can't really do retrofuturism now because the reason that retrofuturism was a thing is that's how people actually thought the future was going to be. Like, when they talked about, like, how robots would be walking the street in the year 2000 and all the magical things computers would do. Like, people literally thought that. They were, like, the problem with retrofuturism now is that you would be self-conscious. I didn't see anyone, but I'm sure they're hiding somewhere close by. It's like, you can't... The problem with making a retrofuturist work now is you would be doing it intentionally. The reason you used to get retrofuturist media with like the Jetsons and everything back in the day is that people literally thought the future was going to be like that. It exists now. Are the OG Cyberpunk worse young adult? They do all the same. Are you being serious with Stephen King? Like, a lot of his books are good. The problem is that he doesn't, like, after he got sort of popular, a lot of his early books are pretty good. Like, he is a good writer. It's just that he hires ghostwriters constantly. So, like, most of the stuff he provides the ideas for and, like, the concepts for, he's, like, a lot of his sort of bibliography at some point, like... You'd have to ask him of the specifics, but a large percentage of it is not even his own work, which frustrates me. It's certainly a good way to pump out fiction. Like, it's a good business model. It's just, it frustrates me. I feel like he's too big for his britches, because he's... there's like a whole army of people who's propping him up. He acts like he's a very good writer, but... The first chapter of the Front Mission manga is brutal. Yeah, it's pretty intense. Well, it was rough in Huffman. You have to understand. During the Huffman conflict, shit got crazy. it was rough out there. All right, thanks. Why don't you say something? I'm getting tired of your staring at me. There's nothing you can do to make me talk. We didn't even ask you anything. Why did you attack us? Because she's state army? She's not. You guys are state army. What kind of stupid... Do you not recognize? She's obviously, like, Russian? What part of South America? Yeah, just tell me which part of this girl looks Venezuelan. Yeah, where in South America does she think she came from? She literally has a Russian accent. She's definitely not Venezuelan. No, she's not even from the UCS. I thought she might have been a tourist when we met her at the bar. In a way, she's a tourist. You tell me who you are. What were you doing in that harbor? They were trying to flee the country and defect from the military? Look at the Jetson. It came out in 1962. Now, what was the world in 1962? They imagined the world of... No, that Jetsons takes place in 2007. Would be equally as fantastic as the world of 1962 compared to 1862. Yeah. There's a good preamble in Amazing Tales. Where is that actually? That kind of defines what science fiction is. The platonic ideal. Amazing science fiction. I kind of just want to read it. What are amazing stories? They have it on just archive.com, right? Archive.org. Yeah, I just want to read the preamble. No, that's not what I want. What? Man, I want to find... I know what I'm talking about, but I can't find it. But yeah, it's like... The thrust of it was that science fiction is like... It's sort of the fantasy of the possible. It's like... It's thinking about what might be possible and then writing stories about it. You know, what if we had a city on the moon? What if we could communicate? What if we could communicate in real time with somebody on the other side of the planet? What if we could teleport? What if we had spaceships? It like science fiction is the fantasy of the possible. It's things that might be possible and what might that be like? How that might affect the world. In 1962, humans were still considered, well, there was a lot of problems back in the 60s. I mean, that it is true that we kind of stalled out in some ways. You think about how like joltingly everything leaped forward in 1862. I mean, even then. Everything leaped forward in the Industrial Revolution. They must have imagined that technology would just keep going insane. So, it just kind of like... Everything just kind of puttered out after the 80s. Like, I mean, we're still getting innovation now, if you can call it that. But, I don't know. I feel like technology is sort of plateaued. High technology of boiling water. Fucking... The height of human achievement is a tea kettle. It's powered by nuclear energy. We can make steam in a very efficient manner. You are a UCS covert ops team, are you not? They're like security guards. You just have a skill issue. Us? Covert ops? Well, we are going covert in a way, but we're not what you think we are. They're deserters. Then what are you? Tell me. It's so funny. She actually managed to turn the interrogation around on them. We're deserters. Deserters? No, it cannot be. No, cuckoo clock. No, that's the height of Swedish technology. Freelancers? Go over time and space? Hey, Sentai. Joji Mill, hello. Well, at least we know you see the UCS as your enemy. Swiss. Is it Swiss? I thought Sweden invented the cuckoo clock. Didn't they? Who? Am I wrong about that? You saw the third man? Where was the cuckoo clock invented? Germany. Really? Black Forest in southwestern Germany. Huh. Why did I think that? I could have sworn that it came from Sweden. You saw the third man? I just saw it like a week ago. No, apparently it comes from Germany. The opening to one of my favorite Sentai show, Mirai Sentai Time Ranger. Yeah, speaking of Sentai series not making money. The show with good ratings that sold no toys at all. Kill me. No. We're not gonna kill you now. We already took you. That'd be like a war crime. I guess this is already a regular combat, but this just seems wrong. Already took you prisoner. We don't know who you guys are, but we know that you're trying to kill us. That makes you oppress this hostage. That too. Weird. We should leave soon, before your friends find us. Where are you taking me? Your guess is as good as mine. That's right, they have no idea what they're doing. We're just gonna go. Hey, you! What? Who are you? I should ask you the same question. What are you doing here? Time Fire is goated and they sell much. Yeah, so, notoriously Time Ranger has, like, the worst sales in the franchise history ever. Like, you can find the charts. Time Ranger had the worst sales. And it's very good juxtaposed against O-Ranger, which is the one they made Zeo on, which has the worst ratings but the best toy sales. Go figure that one out. Toy still hasn't, after all these years. Timefire is goated. Yeah, he is. He's him. The mecha looks so cool in the manga. I do like the Wanzer designs. They're very nice. They hit a good, like... They're like a... I mean, it comes from the concept, but they're a good balance of, like, industrial and military hardware. I bet Gal Ranger sells a lot more. Yeah, Gal Ranger has good sales. My goat, Gal Ranger. You can see the detail on the metal. Yeah, they're very grunge. You're not one of her friends, are you? No. What do you think he knows her? Where would they meet? No, never seen her before. I was taking a nap in my truck when you showed up in yours. I just came over to see if you needed a hand. You think we can trust this guy? I guess. He looks like a native, so he's probably not one of her men. Hey, are you UCS soldiers? I mean, who's asking? You need hardware? I have Wanzer parts and weapons for sale if you're interested. What? Where did you get that kind of hardware? Didn't anyone tell you? There's a war going on. People need to protect themselves, you know. Okay, this guy's a war profiteer. Well, what are your prices like? What are your prices like? I think we could work something mutual out. Anyway, come to my truck if there's anything you need. Where are you people headed? We're trying to get out of the country as soon as we can. So a good kind of person if you want to survive? Yeah, maybe we can get a good deal. Like, where is he getting this hardware from? We know the way, but we need to know how to avoid unnecessary attention on the way there. I can help you with that too. In my kind of business, you have to know how to avoid state army patrols. Oh, this guy sells information too? Can we trust you? Yes, of course. It's all business. I like this guy, yeah. Seems nice. Okay, I don't think I can get better weapons in particular. Heavy pile. Oh, let me get Jay for a shield if I could. It might be too heavy though. No, it's too heavy. Lancers are between mech warriors. Why would you build the tank? Are you stupid? And armored cores, why not just build a jet? That thing has already thrusters out its ass and flies 90% of the time. Yeah, mech warriors are supposed to be tanks. Gundams are supposed to be like fighter jets. Lancers originally are essentially forklifts. They talk about it. I don't know how much they go into it in the manga, but they talk about it in the series a couple of times. Lancers were originally built for construction and like labor, like they're construction vehicles originally, and then they were later adapted for combat. And it sets a kind of tone. I have no idea what the names and numbers means, but I've always liked mech workshops. There's a couple of brands. There's like defined brands in Front Mission series that have their own specialties. I didn't actually know that. Yeah, you can. There's like a wiki that goes over how everything came about. Now let me get Daryl more items. That's something I gotta buy. Oops. The music in most mech shops are peak, like Armored Core. Yeah, I do like the menu sounds and the music in this series is good. Items, get more repair. Oh, let me change their damage types before I forget again, because that's something I forgot after last time. Armor type. Oh wait, did I change them? Fire. Okay, so I did remember to change them at some point. Yeah, okay. Max AP up, link points, speed. Okay, let me get link points, speed, and max AP. I could set them both to 1. Can use battle skills. Let me just get 1 each. What up, player? Enril, hello! Arcana was popping the rings at the... Yeah, it's always good to see people get into Front Mission. It's a good series. I was gonna say I wish Square Enix would do more with it. I guess technically they are with the remakes. I think they got a third party to handle that. Get abilities. Although I still don't know how the remakes are, so I'll have to see. I'll have to wait until I actually play them to decide. I've heard mixed reviews. How it goes? It goes well. I'm just vibing. Flash shot. I might as well get the upgrade. I don't particularly want the... Oh, I won't have any points to get anything now. Zoom 2, panic shot. I'll probably get zoom later. Front Mission could be extremely popular if Square gave it a single bloody smidge of love. I mean, they're going through the motions now. We just got remakes of the first 3 games. Dropping in to say I love the design and much respect from a little robot. Thank you. Hello, Corrupt X Omega on YouTube. Thank you. Hello. If Square Enix would put the work in, I was talking to Ash about that recently. He mentioned the Mecha stuff in Kingdom Hearts. Which Kingdom Hearts game was it? It's like, imagine if Square Enix just made good games. Where did he mention that? I got to the part of Kingdom Hearts 3 with the mechs, which reminds me of how much Square Enix could just make good games if they wanted and instead put them as Kingdom Hearts minigames. So yeah, real. Imagine if Square Enix just did good work and made good games. Can't wait for a remake of Front Mission Evolved, the pinnable turn-based tactic. I gotta get to Front Mission Evolved. That's another one I've heard very mixed, although mostly negative things about. But I do have Evolved. Get abilities, buy abilities. Defense, escape. Why does he have so many defensive skills? I guess because he's a coward. It's not great. Yeah, I haven't heard... I've heard, like... The good things I've heard are kind of like frustration. Like, I've heard people talk about how they want it to be a better game. Like, it's almost a good game, but it's not. Like, you could imagine, when you play it, you could imagine it being a good game. Grew up with Ava and Gundam. So good seeing Super Sentai, Power Rangers, and VTubing is so cool. Yeah, I know a couple of tokusatsu VTubers, although most of them are based on Kamen Rider. Yeah, I'm a Megazord boy. Block damage. Okay, let me get more skill slots. First of all, 2 more. And then another 2. And then I can get something. Skill slots 2. Oh, he can get block damage and fixed damage? That sounds like a bad idea, though, because I don't think he'd use the right one at the right time. Let me just get defense. Okay. Set skills. Delays pilot actions, but raises defense to 150. Escape and block damage. So, like, one of the funnier things is there's, like, shootable collectibles, and one of them you can't actually see aim at. Oof. Only knew the true PA were of edge. But yeah, I know a handful of tokusatsu and robot VTubers. Weirdly, the ones I know that are like Super Sentai theme, a lot of them graduated, except for V. But there were other like Red Ranger guys running around. But there's people you can find. And there's kaiju VTubers and stuff. People have a lot of interesting ideas. Although, most tokusatsu VTubers are like Kamen Rider likes, and most kaiju VTubers are Godzilla likes. Weirdly, not as much variety as you might think. I want a kaiju form. Man, kaiju are so cool. Let me look at the parts. How much money do I have? 3,000. Okay, so maybe I can switch out some parts. There's something that's like a straight upgrade. Invasion is a little better because the weight is better. Do you know that meme where the Japanese guy learns English from a Family Guy and acts and talks like that? That's fun. Move up but evasion down. That's not really worth it. weight is a little higher. 115 more health for +4 weight. That's probably worth it. I don't want to decrease my invasion. Okay, let me see. Oh, him I upgraded totally right, because I got the Rexus V instead of the Rexus, so he's fine. Let me see Chafer's parts. Power down, but weight down. HP up. Yeah, no, there's not really better stuff. Okay, that's fine now. I'll settle for upgrading Daryl's stuff. The dark time where JPN companies had to make American games to sell games. Yeah, there's a lot of weird ideas. I'll never forgive the 7th Gen Brainrot for that. It cost a lot of studios. Well, you know, everyone wanted gray, gritty looter shooters. Or not even looter shooters. Everybody wanted to make Gears of War, I guess. I don't even know. Wonder what was motivated by this? There was just, I don't know, there was just a lot of that kind of game at the time. I guess everything, you know, everybody wanted Call of Duty money. 360 got more or less popular with shooters. Yeah. Sort of an era of gaming. I don't think we should run around until we get some info on the State Army's movements. Hey, I forgot to ask you your name last time. What is it? Go away. I will not say anything to the likes of you. Come on. Don't be mean to him. Instead of catering to the audiences, they made like, oh, everyone wants shooters? Yeah. I mean, it's like... marketing people are so stupid. Marketing and production. The problem is, like, it doesn't really make sense if you think about it, that, like, if Call of Duty or whatever is doing really well, that doesn't necessarily mean shooters will sell really well, because the people who want shooters, like, already have the game they want. Like, if everybody's buying that game and playing it, that doesn't necessarily mean they want more of that game, because people who like that kind of game, they probably like what they have, you know? Like, it's not necessarily good business to just make more of what's already selling, because people, you know, they have what they already bought. There are many problems with Evolve. None of them are the fact that it's a shooter. I feel like you could get the shooter thing to work. That's not really an issue. Like, a mecha shooting game, like, there's a lot you could do there. Thankfully, Lost Odyssey is getting some love due to E33's creative lead, mentioning how much of a goat it was. Yeah, they seem that team seems to really appreciate good games. Everything we need around the core mechanics that sucks. Yeah, they just, it's not that it's a shooter that's bad, it's that they fumbled it. Oof, poor Chafer. Can I talk to this shopkeeper? What does he know about where we're going? No. I'd argue that it is, because the team didn't really know how to make shooters. It's a fine shooter, but, like, yeah, it was a real fish out of water situation. Yeah, but that's like, they didn't bring in people to make a good shooter. That's like a corporate fumble. More, it's not that it's a shooter that's a problem, it's that they didn't have a team to make a shooter. Team that made the game didn't know how to make games, period. Well, I'm sure, you know, I'm sure they, you know, they're Square Enix people. I'm sure they knew how to make some kind of game, but they're getting orders from above. Thanks for the info, amigo. It helps us a lot. That is no problem. Remember, the terrain in this area is very complex. You should be careful not to get lost. They were randoms? Really? They spotted in a random group of people who made phone games? Oh, the opposite of usual. Usually you see good developers getting relegated to phone games. I mean, that's a big problem with Square Enix in general. Like when they brought in Noise, they just had them make phone games. Or when they sentenced Yuji Naka to the phone game mines and they started doing insider trading. Although he's not... I don't know if I would call Yuji Naka a good developer. It's rough because I actually like a lot of Yuji Naka's work, but, you know, he's also himself. But it's funny to see Square Enix bring in phone game people to make a real game instead of the opposite, because they do the opposite quite often.
Any idea where we are?
The level they made okay gameplay, but the rest, well, it's like, you know, they should have brought in like somebody who makes shooters to lead the team. The rest of them can still work on it, but they, you know, they need help. They need somebody who knows what they're doing.
Nope. You?
No. We should probably ask for directions at that village. They may know the shortest way out of this place.
In direction of the cutscenes. Oof. Speaking of phone games, unpopular opinion, FF7 The First Soldier would have been a banger if it was a PC release, not a phone release. There's a couple of phone games I would say are like that. There's a few that's like they're trying to get in on the Apple Store, the App Store money. And it's like, it would be better if this was just like, if you just did a PC game instead.
Hey guys, wait! Look!
FF Mobius was a banger. It was a really fun game, even if it was BR.
You think they're looking for us?
I don't think so. They're not even in a standard search formation.
Are these UCS or State RB?
You're right. Looks like their target's that village. I don't think they've seen us yet.
They might be on a guerrilla hunt.
Probably.
We're not just gonna sit here and watch, are we?
I mean, why wouldn't we? We're deserters. Which side are we fighting on? I don't see a battle royale in FF game as a bad thing overall. I don't know, battle royales are they got very quickly oversaturated after PUBG, but it's not a bad idea for like gameplay. Evolved is my childhood game and I replayed it before ever playing Front Mission 1. I returned after and was just sad. Well, I'm gonna get to Evolved later. I'm gonna play all the Front Mission game. Actually, when does it come out in like release order? Maybe I'll play it before 5.
Well, they have nothing to worry about as long as they aren't harboring any guerrillas. The state
And
army
there's
won't shoot without
what's
just
that other
cause,
shooter
so-
game that's in like the continuity? I forget what it's called. FM3 should drop this year late. No, Front Mission 3 remake already came out. That came out this year. It came out a couple of months ago. Hazard? No. What is it? Front Mission series. I am even gonna play Gone Hazard, but there's that one game that's not even called Front Mission. Left Alive. Yeah, I'll play Left Alive eventually. Dirge of Cerberus? So I thought you meant FF. Well, FF has a ton of fucking spin-offs. they have all sorts of stuff. Yeah, Left Alive is in continuity. It's not called Front Mission, but it's in there. Apparently it has a lot of lore stuff. I'll see. They aren't harboring any guerrillas. They might not be harboring them, but they might be hiding here.
What the?
Yeah, but you specified shooter, and I think Dirge of Cerberus is a shooter. Is it? Dirge of Cerberus is good for the first half of the game, and the last half was a shit show. I'm also dumb. I don't know. I haven't played Dirge of Cerberus. You know what Final Fantasy spinoff is really weirdly good? After Well, I mean, of course, Crystal Chronicles. But after Crystal Chronicles, they did a weird Wii game that's like in the same universe where you just have telepathy powers and you just run around like picking stuff up and throwing it. Where you have like weird gravity powers because you have crystal bones. Weirdly good game. Really obscure game. I heard people didn't care for it. I like that one. What is that even fucking called? Crystal Chronicles Wii. The Crystal Bearers. Yeah, weirdly good game. It's like not... It's not like the best game, but it's really fun. Crystal Chronicles was so weird. Crystal Chronicles was like the best fucking multiplayer game. One of the high points of the GameCube was just getting your friends together to do a Crystal Chronicles fucking expedition. Enjoyed the fact you recently set things up to one-shot bosses.
Get on your Vonzers.
But yeah, Crystal Bearers, it's like a weird game, but it's fun. Like it's it's more fun than it is good. It's fun running around just like tossing stuff. There's like weird things you can do with the enemies by throwing them in different ways.
What? If we don't hurry, they'll slaughter everyone in that village.
DC had a genuine mystery. It had a lot going on.
All right.
The story of Crystal Chronicles is really good with the meteor worm and everything, but I feel like a lot of people never beat that game. I feel like most people who play Crystal Chronicles don't actually know what was going on in the setting of the story.
Either way,
Save the cities?
we tried to get away. Taking them out now is our best option.
Nope, I never beat it. It's a good game. You should beat it. Like, it's a good multiplayer game, but you should... I would recommend actually beating Crystal Chronicles. It's got a lot of heart. A lot of heart and thought was put into the story that I think a lot of people just never experienced. To be fair, you had to do weird bullshit in the desert to, like, get the right crystal color to get to the ending. So, like, I feel like most kids at the time probably couldn't have figured that shit out to get, like, the one crystal that goes through every type of barrier. You know what I'd like to reach PC is Fragile Dreams Farewell Runes to the Moon. Oh, what's that?
You'd give your lives to protect that puny little village? A commendable action for a bunch of deserters.
I don't remember asking you for your opinion.
Quiet, you.
Yeah. The horror adventure game? Ooh.
Yeah,
I wish,
don't you
man,
go anywhere.
I really gotta get into horror. I gotta force myself. I really want to play horror games and watch horror movies, but I'm such a bitch about horror. The problem is I have like an overactive imagination, so even if nothing is really going on, I get freaked out. Like if a horror game or a horror movie has good atmosphere, I'll be like panicked, even if there's like no jump scare or anything yet. Horror and terror are very different. Yeah, I mean, like there's a lot of like obscure websites I go to find like weird tokusatsu and like monster movies because I like kaiju stuff, and they have a lot of horror stuff, and I'd like practical effects, so I feel like I'm missing out. Like I feel definitively like there's a lot of, especially horror movies, that I'm just missing out on because I just don't have the temperament for it. I might have to just force myself. I do like OG survival horror. Yeah, there's a lot of good horror games, too.
Don't worry, we'll be right back.
Hey, you just wait here with the truck. Okay. How many guys do they have? This is a big map. They got one helicopter. 2 melee guys. 2 machine guns. Another helicopter. Not this action survival horror that is around everywhere now. Yeah, I mean, they've been pushing more action. The reason for that is horror games actually have a very niche appeal. Like, you know, Resident Evil always did the best over, like, actually, like, traditional horror games. And even Resident Evil is more action than it is horror now. They're kind of leaning in. Like, the first Resident Evil game was much more of a horror game. Much more limited in how you could play it. Although it had a lot of action in it. Like, I would say that's sort of the distinction with Resident Evil. The older Resident Evil games are horror games with action elements, and the newer Resident Evil games are action games with horror elements. OG Clock Tower and Silent Hill 1. RE3 and Outbreak are still my favorite. Well, I mean, I like RE4. Like, I like Leon. Leon. Okay, there's 2 shotgun guys up here. So, this should be pretty manageable as long as I can take the guys out quickly. Okay. RE4 should have been a spinoff. It's so B-movie, I love it. Yeah, it's hard to hate RE4. Also, a pretty uncontroversial opinion, but maybe you haven't heard, the Wii version of RE4 is the best version. Because the motion controls are actually really suited to the gameplay. Remake is doo-doo water? I haven't played the 4th remake. I don't know, I've seen people play it, it looks fine. I don't understand that one because RE4 is very available. Like, I don't really get the point of a remake. Because you could... RE4, like, the game itself is just very available. It seems sort of pointless to remake it. You know, Resident Evil 1, 2... You could argue that there's an underserved market of people who can't quite get the original or have played it. Heck, I'm leaving for it. Oh, bye, Enroll. Have a good day at work. Remake should have been a spinoff. See, that's a tough one because if anything, like, past RE4, most Resident Evil games are more like Resident Evil 4 than they are like the first 3. So, like, if anything, that's like the definitive game. Like, RE4 defines the series more than RE1 does, even.
Colonel, I've come to get you out.
Hey, Vavilov.
Vavilov.
Let us hurry. We must leave before they come back.
Wait, those Vonzers.
You know who these people are. Resident Evil 1 Remake is just a better version of OG Resident Evil 1. And as much as I'm for keeping stuff accessible, I don't think Resident Evil OG needs it that badly. The thing is that, like, Resident Evil 1 was, like, intentionally... I wouldn't say bad. It was intentionally clunky because that was to add to the horror. There's a lot of difficulty in the gameplay, the way the camera angles are more cinematic than they are practical, the way that, like, the doors are slow. That was all to push the horror of the game. Like, as a game and as, like, an action game, Resident Evil bad in ways that are intentional to like... Oh, I agree, but Resident Evil 1 Remake keeps all that. Yeah, it does keep most of it. I know RE2 is like a whole different game, essentially. Remake 1 is basically just a graphical update plus more to it. Yeah. RE1 set the tone and the atmosphere so good. Yeah, it was a very... It's like... People talk about, like, movie games in a way that's bad. Resident Evil 1 is literally like a movie game, and it's good. Like, it's a game made in sort of the idea of a horror movie. RE2 is more terror and horror. The remake or the original?
I'm not sure, but it looks like those UCS monsters are trying to protect the village.
Oh, these girls
And we
girls.
have to help them out, don't we?
But they're UCS.
We're not UCS, we're Disorders. The
We'll
OG.
worry about that later.
Well, I mean, the remake is just more of an action game. The remake is a little too much of an action game. Although it seems fun.
Oh, this is rich. Gorillas and a bunch of UCS deserters fighting hand in hand to protect a flea-ridden village.
Deserters.
That's what they really are. We don't need to bother with them anymore.
You didn't need to attack us in the first place. They drop you right into a super stressful situation where you're in danger and overwhelmed. Well, I mean, all of Raccoon City is coming apart at the seams. It's under invasion by a zombie horde.
I see. Shall I retrieve the homing device then?
It's okay, Leon can handle
No,
it.
they may prove useful yet. Leave it.
Understood, sir.
So wait, can I... Oh, I can control them. What do they got? He's got machine guns. Got a bazooka and melee. How far away are they? I guess we could meet up here. They're gonna have to go one-on-one with these Lancers, though. I don't think I can make it in time. First, let me kill these guys. Before you reach the police station, you can actually take a breath. The same thing happens in the beginning of RE3, but it calms down very quickly. RE3 takes quite a long time. Well, I guess that was probably intentional, too. Another thing trying to push the horror of the series. Wouldn't imagine that would be intentionally done. Actually, you know, in fighting, maybe I should just... the problem is there's not a clear path if I just run south. Wait, oh, let me check their status. Get a good check of everything they have. She's got a grenade launcher and a knuckle. What does her backpack do? Thunderbolt, Skullbuster. Wait, how much AP does... Oh, it takes 12. Okay, then I'll move him first. And this guy, what's his status look like? He's got a shotgun and a machine gun. Okay, so he has the same setup as the mean girl from the other one. My State Army guys are all linked up. That might be a little annoying. Why can't I? It doesn't show me the blast radius. I assume it's probably like the other games though. Oh, okay, now I can do it. Gotcha. Okay, they're going after the arrest. That's actually helpful. So I can just attack them while they run that way. Then I can meet everyone up and regroup. Okay. And none of the other enemies are coming in. Good, good, good. So... let's attack first, so Daryl will follow up. And then I can have Daryl move back and attack. Her grenades can't reach them anymore, so let's just slowly move up. Let's not provoke them too much until I regroup. Damn it! I didn't expect them to just turn around. What changed their minds? Jeez. But they were going after the other three. Okay, they at least came into grenade range, though. Yeah, they're all coming in. You really gotta group everybody together. Okay, you two actually start heading over to where the rest are. Okay, Daryl can handle that guy on their own, so I'll send Renges and Schaefer to meet up with Lewis. If I put it here... No, wait. Let me move Lewis first. Yeah, there we go. Man, grenades are pretty good in this game. They've always been mixed and across the series. That's a lot of damage. At least he dodged the last round. He missed. Hey. Nice Jay for a little damage. Okay. Does dual wielding make you less accurate? Maybe for rifles. Because they do hold the rifles with 2 hands. Generally not really. Why do helicopters have so much health in the 4th game? They were always a lot easier to kill. Do either of you have items? Repair, grenade ammo. Okay, so they do have items. How evenly is the damage? Okay, so it is spreading. I was hoping they would have some broken parts by now. Do you have items? Repair machine gun ammo? Are you gonna run out? You have 40 rounds. And not like rounds of ammo, like you can shoot your machine gun 40 times. Yeah, let me try to lead them over to where the other guys are. Get everyone together. Didn't occur to me before, but do these two have no skills equipped? That might be why they're struggling. Oh, it does actually dual wielding technically would make you less accurate because the weight and power system is affects your accuracy. So if you have a heavier Wanzer, like if you have a more powerful Wanzer and less weight, you tend to be more accurate and better at dodging. So technically dual wielding would have some impact on your accuracy because it would make your total rig heavier. Ow. Damn. Hoping that would just kill him. Nice rocket. Yeah. Okay, let me attack him. Daryl gets another attack. Okay. Killed those two guys. And we're grouping up. Then I just gotta take out these two helicopters. And we should be able to kill everything before those two guys get here. They're pretty far away. How many missiles do these helicopters come with? Oh, it's infinite? Really? Why are helicopters so much better in this game? They got way more health than infinite rockets? Huh. Okay. Repair, body. Helicopter go burr. Helicopter do be going burr. You should go this way, because I want you to meet up with Lewis so you can heal him. Item, repair, fix your legs. Ow. Damn. Okay. So first of all, Inez... Where is she? There she is. You move closer to everyone else. Okay, that chopper needs to die. Yeah, I gotta get these choppers. Fix his body. Damn it. Stop missing. Why don't I finish this guy off so I can just focus on the chopper? But everybody's being a little unreliable for some reason. Hit rate does not feel like it's it's as high as it's advertised. Okay, somebody can just finish him off with a counterattack. Nice. Block damage is such a good skill. Okay, this should kill him. Unless you miss! Why is this guy so good at dodging? What the hell? Ugh. Okay, got that helicopter down to a quarter of its health. It really doesn't feel like 70% accuracy. You take 2 shots and miss both of them. Like, that's not 70%. You're lying. Hi, the hit rate doesn't feel high units because they have their own evasion rate. Yeah, I know. There's like separate accuracy and evasion. But it's still annoying. It says 70%. It feels like I should be hitting. The game is telling me I should be hitting. But I know they can like dodge attacks separately. They have an evasion rate. There's like a separate accuracy calculation. It's just the game is clearly telling me that it's not like that. Does she have grenade ammo? Oh. Didn't notice. Yeah, it would look funnier to see the choppers dodge, yeah. The manga is insane. Listen, during the Huffman conflicts, it got a little crazy. He had his action here, they should have asked her about that. Not that anybody knows about that, because the OCU keep lying. Okay, finally got one of the helicopters down. Repairs, fix his body. Using a bit of a dangerous spot there. Start shooting grenades at these two. What machine gun does he have? It does a lot of damage. It's like 15 per hit. Better than the one Shaper has. Why is everyone targeting Rangas? Stop! At least I managed to heal his body. Okay. Let me move him back. Hit these guys with a grenade. Let's finish this one first. Repairs. He's the most damaged, but he's the most dangerous. Let's do him. Okay. Now there's just one Lancer and one helicopter left. 5-on-2. The accuracy of the melee stuff is pretty abysmal too. I think I just need better skills. Gotta up the level of their weapon level. Okay. Makes him. Nobody's really in danger of dying here. Grenades can't hit the... Can it? It says 100. That's just to land, right? This... I don't... Yeah, no, it can't actually damage it. That's what I figured. The fourth front mission? Yeah, front mission 4. How are you, BB man? Hello. Where is Daryl? I'll let him take the hit, and then Lewis can move in. Or is this guy? Oh no, okay. I thought he would use up all his AP at once. I'm good grabbing Marvel Rivals. Oh. Nice. Where's Daryl? There we go. Got it. This looks really good for PS2. Yeah. It's a huge step up from the other games, too. It's real on the PlayStation 1.
So why did you help us?
We were not helping you.
See, they kept the gray color hue. Yeah, you know. This is a very industrial vibe.
We were protecting the village.
just as you were.
Well, didn't they attack the village looking for you?
Is this your village? No, but many of the people here were driven from their homes by Governor Diaz.
How come these two actually have a Spanish accent? What's wrong with the three of you?
Why would the state army attack them?
Diaz's orders. He cannot get to us directly, so he's having them attack villages at random.
From the voice actors for these two actually do like a Spanish accent. The rest of these guys are from South America. They got shipped in. Well, they're not from Venezuela, but they're from South America.
It's us he wants, so it's our responsibility to protect these villages.
Who are you?
We are members of La Alianza de Libertad Venezolana.
The what? The Alliance of Liberating Venezuela? What? Couldn't you come up with a better name? Isn't that a little too literal? Isn't that a bit of a mouthful?
The Venezuelan Freedom Alliance.
That's not what he said. Well, I mean, that's more or less what he said.
They're a group of anti-government guerrillas.
Yeah, I could have
Such an
guessed.
unpleasant word. We prefer to call ourselves revolutionaries.
I thought freedom
But what are
fighter was the
UCS
preferred
soldiers like you
nomenclature.
doing here?
It's a long story.
No, it isn't. You stole money from the government and deserted. Because you didn't want to hand it over to the UCS. Can't we just pay them off, honestly? They can get us out of the country, right? We'll give them a cut. How much money did we steal from the governor? Like, in total. Where'd that girl go? She's gone. That's not good. Think she'll come back to stomp us with her Wanzer? Maybe. Though I still can't figure out why they'd want to kill us. That's easy. It's because Schaefer shot a rocket at them. If I was them, I'd kill us too. No, it isn't. Come on, Daryl. You know Schaefer isn't worth that many bullets. Would you guys lay off? He's a little jumpy, like, you know. Seriously, if that was the only reason, they wouldn't have come after us this hard. Yeah, I guess you're right. If you guys weren't paying attention, she did give up something. Although she's way better at interrogations than you, she did give up that she thought you were part of the UCS. Just not paying attention. So obviously she was fighting against the UCS. She's just wrong. What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Then come with us. We need to ask you some questions. Hold on. Let me take a look at the pilot setups. Get abilities. Block damage 30. Took one more skill point than the other. Shotgun level up. Skill slots up. I might as well just get all three. Let me switch that with that. Zoom 2. AP charge max AP. I'll get the resistance skill later. Oh wait, I actually need more skill slots. I'd rather have more chances to do zoom than terror shot. Skill slots up. Got jams? Yeah, this is kind of a vibe. Okay, they did have skills, they just didn't have them equipped. Link points. Oh, there's a skill trigger. Raises the activation rate probability of all allies in linked battles by 5%. Oh. All allies? I thought it was just going to be his skills. Yeah, 4 points. You can really tinker and come up with some interesting builds. Yeah, that's what I was talking about this before. I didn't like this as much. In the older games, you learn skills like randomly. You learn skills in combat when you would have a chance to use them. There's a certain probability. Like, you'd learn machine gun skills by shooting your machine gun. This is a better system in that it's a lot more practical. And that does let you actually, like, intentionally build characters. AP cost -4. Move up. That's all of her skill slots. If the pilot's Wanzer is heavier than the opponent's, the weight difference is added to its melee attacks. Huh. Seems a little hard to keep track of. Pieces EP learned. That's probably better. Just invest. Max AP and AP charge up. Bazooka level, rocket level. I don't have a bazooka though. Or I don't have rockets. I do. Actually, no, she only has grenades. What am I supposed to do with these? Let me just learn this one. An AP charge. For now, let me just put AP plus. She can learn more skills later. Good night, Sentai and Jack. Good night, Windbreaker. He doesn't have link points. Okay. Oh, what are the defense types? Fire, impact, piercing. Maybe I should have set hers to fire. There haven't been, other than those helicopters, there haven't been a lot of missile guys, though. I don't have... Well, there's no shop here to get more items. I should probably stock up on items then. The next time I have a chance. I didn't think about that. I'm too much in the headspace of Front Mission 3 where you could buy items off of the internet. We should probably talk to those gorillas. Maybe they can help us. You guys are really just improvising, huh? They all look like nice people. Poor, but nice. What's a poor area, you know? The people here were driven from their homes by Diaz. Not only did he take all that we had, but he branded some of us enemies of the state for little more than criticizing his tyrannical ways. I mean, he is a dictator. It's not as if this village belongs to the Alliance. La Alianza. I shouldn't even bother. I can't pronounce Spanish. We just helped them out because they protect us from DS and the state army. Really? How much you pay them? You want Wanzer gear? You couldn't have come at a better time. The Wanzersmith is in town. You must have heard somewhere that Lewis's people were coming here. Oh, that's why we ran into this guy. He was heading in the same direction. Why don't you go see if he has anything for you? You? What are you doing here? We're here to shop, man. We went the way you told us to go, and this is where we ended up. What? But that's not possible. What do you mean? Are you telling us you gave us the wrong directions on purpose? No, forgive me. I thought that if the UCS came to this village, I would lose business. My biggest customer is the Alliance, you see. What are we gonna do with him? Well, I guess business is business. No hard feelings. Just don't do it to us again, okay? You tried to give them wrong directions, but they just went the wrong way anyway. What are you gonna do? I don't need... I don't need this, machine gun ammo. You've never used that much machine ammo. Shield plates. Give me more repairs. I can get a backpack with more items. Gale 5S. So it's better than even anything else on sale. Innes, items. I can't buy grenade ammo. Maybe I shouldn't have even used that. I'll just buy more repair. For now. And for her, I just want to get a shield. Maybe actually, let me get the turbo. And I'll put the grenades in it. Weapons, right hand. Give her a shield. She has the skills for bazookas and rockets, but I can't even buy any. Are there any new parts in stock? No. Okay, so we're fine for now then. Did Daryl use any items? No. Computer shop? You can purchase ability sets for each of your pilots at computer shops. These abilities can be learned by using each pilot's EP. Pilots can obtain abilities that are otherwise unavailable to them by purchasing these sets. Other attributes such as AP and weapon proficiency levels can also be increased. However, these ability sets are optional. Your pilot's abilities can be sufficiently enhanced through computer upgrades. Oh, so you can like... Oh. So you can open up more skills for them to learn. Different weapon types and stuff. More link points. More skill slots. Cool front mission 4. Full kill, hello. Yeah, front mission 4. I've been playing through all the front mission games. So I finished 3 recently, and now I'm playing 4. The red ones, I guess he already has. I don't want to get link points for Lois. I don't think Link would trigger on the grenade, though, so I guess she doesn't really need them. I could give her more melee skills. Is 3 better than 4? There's a lot I like about 3 better than 4, but I would say 4 is the better game. I would say 3 is more charming. I like the stuff where you can like read about all the lore on the computers, like on the internet system in 3. The gameplay, like both in practice and in theory, is better in 4, but I like it better in 3. Like I like learning skills like this is actually a better system, but I kind of like learning them randomly. That has it has a certain charm. Yeah, there's not really anything I need here. I feel like I should probably buy something because I might not have a chance to buy this later, but... How about 5? I haven't played 5 yet. But I'm going to play 5, I'm going to play the spin-offs, and then I'm going to play the 3 remakes that have come out, so I can compare them. Because I wanted to get to the remakes, but I played 1 and 3 as a kid. But I wanted to play 2, I found an English patch version, and I wanted to play the games I wanted to play them again so I had a better understanding of them before I go to the remakes, so I have a better frame of reference. Support skills. I don't know, I'm sure there'll be other chances to buy the computer stuff. It's a lot of money right now. I can't get into 3 because I dislike the pilot mechanic. It feels so cheesy using pilot damage. I mean, you need skills to even target the pilots, unless you manage to eject people. I like that thematically, because I always like in mecha games when you can get out of your mecha, because like there's something about mecha, because they're human shaped. I kind of just read them as big people. So when you can't get out of your mecha, it's hard to really picture that it is a mecha. So I like in 3 when you could get out of your mecha, you can knock people out of their cockpit, and you can run around and shoot a handgun. Hey Sentai, what's your thoughts on biomechs that lean less towards biological aspects and more towards mechanical, like the machine will bleed and act like an animal when it malfunctions instead of healing nature when it had parts replaced? The 2 examples that come to mind are Overman King Gainer and Brain Powered, and I like both of those. So I would say my thoughts are that I like it. There are the examples of that I can think of are both shows that I liked. Although I haven't watched a lot of Brain Powered, but I really like Overman King Gainer. Computer upgrades today are so marginal. Remember when Core 2 Duos came out? The slowest Core 2 Duo was faster than the fastest Pentium 4 in a single thread. Yeah. CPUs and RAM upgrades have kind of plateaued. It's the last like 5 years or so, there haven't really been much innovation. There's a lot of innovation in GPUs, but good luck buying one of those fucking things. But yeah, CPUs have kind of just like it's not that they're not getting better, it's that they're not getting back in like over the last like 20, 30 years, CPUs have been advancing at a pace that they can't match anymore. Do you also play Super Robot Wars series? I have played them, but not on stream. I should go through all of them sometime. From the original generation onward. But yeah. I've played them before, but I haven't played any on stream as of yet. When the bubble pops, GPUs still won't be affordable? The whole economy would have to crash before GPUs are... I hate to tell you this, but if the bubble pops and Nvidia went down, the entire economy would crash. So there's not much of a scenario where GPUs just become affordable. At that point, like, US dollars wouldn't even be worth anything. So good luck. We just need another bubble. Yeah. Just need something else to bubble, and we can stop relying so much on Nvidia to be the foundation of our economy. So you people are UCS supply troops, and you were attacked by state army while you were carrying supplies to the main force in Brazil. Is that your story? Yeah, more... That's not quite right, but yeah, a lot of that is true. Actually, we're in an economy crisis right now, but everything is... We're not... I mean, the economy is bad now, but it's like the way it usually is. Like, we're deficit spending into an absurd amount, but like... It's pretty standard. Like, there's a lot of economic problems right now, but it's more or less how the American economy has always worked. We're leaning more on the tech sector than other sectors of the economy because of certain trends. You know, I don't actually want to talk too much about it, but I will say the fact that in this game there's this much conflict in Venezuela is very topical to the economy. The way it's been since the housing bubble, well, they're gonna do another housing bubble. They're still talking about that. It's so funny. They're talking about doing like subprime business loans. I'm sure that'll go well. We really didn't learn anything from the housing bubble. Housing prices are inflated because there's too many damn people here. You love Daemon X Machina, Titanic Scion? Well, Daemon X Machina is... What I would love about it is that if you switch to the Japanese voices, it's Char and Amuro, which is so fucking funny. Most of the time you'll be in an Iron Man type suit, but for the ultimate you can get in a bigger mech that's like in the first game. Oh, and the new one? Oh yeah, I gotta still play the first one. I'll play both of them at some point. Just bail out. Yeah, I like when you can get out of your mech and like walk around in a game, because it gives you a good sense of perspective about like how big the mechs are and what the world is actually like. I always like that in mecha games when they let you like get out of the mech and walk around. It's really good for the perspective on how big things are. It's like all the camera works and effects they do in Ultraman. It creates the illusion of like how big things are supposed to be. Venezuelan oil is good. They got oil, minerals. They got lots of things in Venezuela. A lot of people are interested. I mean, literally, they're stealing like gold from Venezuela. It's very topical. But you know, I'm sure that no relation to the real world. I'm not talking about real politics. That's that's a whole briar patch. But you know, maybe there's a lot going on in the world today. This boy is the leader of the alliance. He's the leader of the whole alliance. He's like 17. What? But he's barely out of his teens. Is he even out of his teens? He looks really fucking young. Yes, I am still a boy, but what she said is the truth. How big is this guerrilla movement? Is it just the two of you? The young, charismatic leader of the Alliance, huh? Enough about me. You people want to go to Brazil, right? I mean, we just want to leave the country. Ideally, we would get off of the continent. So, front mission, the forest in Minecraft? Yeah. Nothing to do with real world events, but it is interesting how these guys are stealing gold from the Venezuelan government. Venezuela is in conflict in Front Mission 4. Yes, that's right. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Nothing else. Yeah. We can take you there if you want. Cool. We're both fighting the governor, so my enemy's enemy is my ally, right? That's not quite how that expression goes, but yes. The UCS is not our... Okay, but we're deserters. That doesn't count. Like, we're not part of the UCS. I am only aiding you three because you helped us defend the village. I mean, whatever gets the job done. What's he so mad about? Maybe soldiers like you haven't been told, but the nations of South America have always been abused by the UCS central government. Okay, but like... the UCS is not here and your own local government is abusing you. Like, you gotta make a choice here. Even though we're all equal members of the UCS. Yeah, I'm sure they say that. The Alliance's original goal was to fight UCS oppression. Funny. Then why fight the governor? What do you think? Because he was put into power by the UCS. That is also why he can seize land and money from the Venezuelan people without punishment. No one wanted a fight with the UCS. Then why did he declare independence from the UCS? We are unsure, but we heard that it might be because the UCS was going to take all the money he stole as taxes. Yeah, see, this is barbaric. He has to go and steal money and kill people. The UCS just taxes it. We get it on the back end. We don't have to we don't have to deal with all that hard work. Just come in and get our due. Rumors that he has at least $100 million hidden away. The funny thing is that he does not. Oh, it's only 1/4. Shut up, Schaefer. Do you know about the Zoid Saga series and Zoid RPG games? Nowadays, newer Zoid games are action. I like RPG or tactics. Yeah, I've played Zoid's Legacy. I played the one... I played the GameCube game on stream before. That one's pretty good. Although there's a weird difficulty spike. Nowadays, newer Zoid games are action. What's newer Zoid games? There's not Zoid games coming out. There was actually, I saw somebody was making like an indie Zoids game that looks pretty good. I wish they were coming out with Zoids games. I wish they would lock in more. Well, I guess they kind of have. On the older Zoids kits, they all come with a battle story, and Zoids has lore, like a very expansive lore that's not actually reflected in any of the games or anime. Recently with the HMM model, the high grade master model set, they redid all the battle story lore and they integrated everything together. So now all of the animes, all of the games, and all of the battle story for the toys share a continuity. Zoid Saga Fuser, Zoid Saga DS, both are Zoid Legacy sequel. Yeah, but those are DS, like, Those aren't even 3DS games. Zoids games are not coming out now. It's been a while. There's not really newer Zoids games. There's very sparse newer Zoids content. Have they even done anything since Zoids Wild Zero? Whatever the fuck that was called. I remember they were talking about doing they were gonna do a sequel of the original anime. I don't know what the fuck happened with that. How the fuck do they share continuity? They literally just rewrote the whole continuity to make everything in one line. They rewrote everything to incorporate all the anime stuff into the original battle story. All of the high-grade master models, I actually have a lot of it because I got the art book, which includes a lot of the ones up to a certain release date. But yeah, they like redid a lot of stuff to work like anime characters into the original continuity, which is confusing because, I mean, how much of that even happens on Planet Z? It's you know, it's crazy that Zoids actually has like a lore akin to something like 40K. Like it has a very expansive, there's like time travel and shit going on. There's all kinds of things. They really got to lock in on Zoids. I don't know what Takara Tomy fucks around too much. It's such a good IP and they just don't do anything with it. What is? Never mind him. Yeah, just ignore him. We have to drive Diaz out of this country, no matter what it takes. But if the UCS wins this fight, they will only replace him with another puppet. They will come in, like, if you guys win, they're still gonna come in and install a puppet government. You don't understand, you don't get to opt out. Nothing will change. And the people will be the ones to suffer. The thing is, if the UCS wasn't running things, you realize that the USN would just invade the country, right? Like, there's the setting of Front Mission has all these supernatural national unions because it's an arms race essentially. Like it's a proliferating problem. North America, most of the Pacific regions, China, like all the Soviet countries have formed supranational unions to fight each other. So you can't opt out of UCS. My favorite Zoids is King Gojulus equipped with 2 gravity cannons. Yeah, there's cool ones. I like that there's just the Kaiju Zoids. There's the Moguro, which is Mothra. There's, is Gojulus the one that's Godzilla? And then they have the Iron Kong. I prefer Durandal over UCS. Yeah, the Durandal story is interesting. Puppet government sounds like a good political drama. Would never happen IRL. Yeah. There's another thing that's no relation to the real world, I'm sure. I will try to find a route that will take you safely to Brazil. Meanwhile, you are free to move around the village. Make yourselves at home. Thanks, we owe you one. It's too bad you are not the UCS president. I know exactly how he could replace us. Wouldn't you just kill him? At that point? We do not like the UCS much, but we owe you for helping us protect this village. I intend to repay that debt to you, however I can. Well, just get us out of the country. We don't have to get too involved. Some of the people here are wanted by the UCS as well. We didn't ask. Why would you volunteer that information? Don't say that. What if they were deserters? Guess everyone has their own problems. Yeah, you fucking... These fucking idiots signed up for a war to get a paycheck. And now they're bailing on the war because they stole a bunch of money. Well, it's not limited to here. I grew up in a village a lot like this. That's why I promised myself I'd find a way to live the easy life. What, by stealing money? By getting involved with the black market? Maybe he's onto something, honestly. There are poor people all over the world, but we can't go around helping them all, can we? You people can barely help yourselves. Don't get too carried away. I guess they don't like the UCS much around here. I feel like hiding in a hole somewhere. You guys aren't part of the UCS anymore. What are you worried about? Yeah, I already talked to these guys. Okay. I don't have anything more to say. A school. Hey, wow. I can't remember the last time I was in school. And how did you do in school? Who are you, mister? We're friends of Lewis's. Don't mind us. Oh, you know Lewis? You, what do you think you're doing in here? Professor. Professor? A teacher? Hey, are you really a professor? Are you inflating your credentials, man? You're the ones who were fighting in the village earlier, aren't you? The village got attacked. Well, if the fighting's done, why don't you leave and take those infernal machines with you? Hey, take it easy, Teach. If it wasn't for us, this village would have been wiped off the face of the earth. Do you plan to keep the character's original weapon type, Renge's rifle, Daryl, shotgun, melee, or you plan to change? For now, I'm gonna keep it. I need, like... It depends how many characters I get and how much money I have, but I want to have good coverage. Daryl I might change. I don't know. The two I just got have machine gun, shotgun, melee, and grenades, so that does cover melee and shotgun if I wanted to change anything on Daryl. Renga's I can't really change because I need a rifle guy. Like, somebody else, yeah, you can buy skills. Yeah, but it's like, why, like, what? I would have to teach somebody else to use a rifle to change Rengas and stuff. So it's going a little far. Chafer is fine. Chafer is mainly there to be the healer, so it doesn't really matter. Like, having a machine gun is fine. At least at the current point, I don't plan to change, because, like, there's like one person for each thing at the current moment. But maybe I'll switch them out. Link skills are the most OP skills. Yeah, I was thinking of buying more Link. As long as I was thinking about that because, like, as long as I have the chance to buy the computer stuff, I might buy more Link points. You people are all alike. You think guns are the answer to all problems. Okay, but guns solved the current problem. You're right, but, like, in the immediate, do you have a better idea? I guess soldiers aren't welcome here. Anyone carrying a gun is scum, I say. Get out! Hey, you're welcome. Hey, mister. Who, me? You can use melee? I do like that about the Link skills, is you can basically, if you have the melee person standing close enough, you can, like, get them to attack, like, 3 extra times. Since melee only costs 1 AP. Will you play with me? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Hey, go on, Schaefer. Alright, let's go. Let's go! You know, for a teacher, you don't carry yourself like a civilian. Who are you? I'm just an ordinary old man. Really? Weren't you ever taught not to ask stupid questions? No, these two are definitely not touched that. Schaefer is my favorite so far. Yeah, he's funny. I wish they wouldn't bully him as hard. He's a little incompetent, but you know. Besides, it's none of your business. I have nothing more to say to soldiers like you. Leave this village at once. What do you think of the 1 and 2 remakes? I haven't played them yet, so I don't know. I've heard mixed reviews. But once I play all the originals, I want to play them and then compare. And they came out with the 3rd remake recently. Daryl, what is it? Did that kid hurt himself? No, he's fine. Just come and look. Oh ho, she's a looker. What? She doesn't look like she's around here. You are not from this village, are you? In those uniforms. You're UCS Army. You guys should really just get different clothes. You're really just asking for trouble. Get different clothes and repaint your Wanzers. You're not from this village either, right? What brings you here? I'm looking for Lewis. Is he around? Do I know this woman? She looks kind of familiar. A Front Mission 4 remake would be well timed. I assume they're gonna work on it, but it's probably gonna take them a while. How long was it between 2 and 3? It took them like a year, right? I mean, I'd like to see it. I don't know. If people aren't liking the remakes, that's unfortunate, but I do like them making these games more accessible. The woman doesn't look like a generic NPC. Is she? I don't know, like, the art style is a little different, but maybe I know her from one of the other games. Thanks, bye. Who is she? I don't know, but she's not Venezuelan either. I assume she is like a character, but is she like, so far only the reporter from Front Mission 1 actually turned up trying to interview Durandal. I'm glad he's still alive. I still haven't tried that Mecharashi game that's pretty new. I think I played that during Next Fest once, but I haven't played it since. Like, since it actually came out. But I'm pretty sure I played the demo. That's the one that's like Front Mission, right? It's like an indie game that's sort of like Front Mission. It has gacha elements for some reason. Yeah. Yeah, I played the demo of that during when they had it up on Next Fest. And this concludes the summary of the attack on the Polish resource base. Do you have anything to add, Glacier? Sirs, I would like to request the immediate disbandment of the Durandal and the removal of Vice Minister Allison from office. Even though both parties had information regarding an imminent attack on the base, they purposely neglected to alert the proper authorities and took matters into their own hands. Well, you weren't cooperating with our investigation. Their foolhardy actions are responsible for the current resource crisis, and they should take full responsibility. Now, just wait a minute, Glacier. While the way they handled matters may have been problematic, they did manage to predict the attack, didn't they? Then why didn't they report their findings to me? The resource base was in Poland. That's a little outside of your jurisdiction, I'm pretty sure. Do you think the Steam Deck is the new PSP in Japan? I think it would be if they added a proper sleep mode. The problem with the Steam Deck is the same as the Switch. It just runs out of batteries too quick. The thing about the PSP is you could charge it once and then you're good for like a week. Steam Deck, you gotta charge every day because it doesn't actually... Even if you put it into sleep mode, it just turns the screen off. It doesn't have like a low power mode. There's a certain convenience to the PSP and the DS that newer handhelds just don't have. Battery life is a big thing. Like, Steam is working on it, but the thing I want most for like a handheld gaming console is when I haven't played it in a while and I go to play it and it's out of batteries. Is this still PSX era? This is PS2. Also, hello, Zell. I think that's just how x86 is designed. Yeah, they haven't found a way around it yet. I think there is a mod like you can do to the Steam Deck that makes it actually like power down properly, but it still doesn't work. PSP was so ahead of its time. The PS Vita specifically was way ahead of its time. That's such a good piece of hardware for no reason. Like, the PS Vita is honestly, it's still probably competitive with like the Switch because Nintendo is cheap. And Sony, they really invested a lot in the Vita. Like, the Vita had an OLED version, which is, you can't even get with the Switch 2 now. I can't read any more of that manga. 45 chapters in, and good God, so much evil and horrible stuff. Listen, it was rough on the... It was rough in Huffman. The Huffman conflicts got a little fucked up. Who is the villain in Front Mission 3? Front Mission 4, enemy is Russian and German. So, Front Mission 1, I mean, both the OCU and the USN are kind of the villains, but then Zaftra comes in, which is the Russian faction. Front Mission 2 is all OCU, and they managed to start a civil war against themselves. Front Mission 3, well, I mean, the enemy, I think, is Ukrainian, technically. What part of the world is Ravnui supposed to be? It's in the Russian Federation territory. Front Mission Ravnui. Like, what? Where is this actually supposed to be? The real numbers... I think it's probably like Poland or something. Oh, it's Belarus. Okay. Yeah, the main enemy in Front Mission 3 is Belarus. You deal a lot with China with the DHC too. But technically, the main enemy is Belarus. Front Mission 4, it's complicated. Germany seems to be up to something. The Russians seem to be up to something. There's a lot of subterfuge. There's a civil war in Venezuela. The PS consoles were love. Yeah, I really like the PSP, the PSP Go, the PS Vita. It was both ahead of its time and behind its time because of smartphones. That's the thing. That was the problem with like the DSi and all the like the DSi to the new 3DS and the PS Vita. That like Sony and Nintendo really thought for some fucking reason that they were competing with Apple. That their main competition for the handheld gaming market was iPhones, which I understand the confusion, but that's not true. People who play smartphone games on their iPhone, it's because they have an iPhone. It's not like they're not in the market to buy a PSP instead. That's like, you're not competing with them. It's a totally different market. If we talk here, avoid spoiler from Front Mission 4, right? Yeah, I haven't played it yet, so I'm still figuring out what's going on. I only know up to this point in the game, so I'll see. For handheld, yeah, I do like all the PlayStation handheld consoles. I'm sad they gave up on it. It's really unfortunate. Yeah, I wish I had a PSP. I still have all my PSPs. PSP, PSP Go, and Vita. Remember, that woman is important. I'm curious if she kind of looks familiar. I wonder if she's not from one of the other games. Why didn't they report their findings to me? I am in charge of the investigation, am I not? They disagree with your theory. They did not think the UCS is responsible for these attacks. You see, that is exactly the problem. They would rather try to prove their own delusional theories than to face the facts, and that is what caused this catastrophe. Listen, Glacier, if not for them, the resource base would have been completely destroyed. If they had not aided the Polish army in defending the base, it would have taken the EC 8 years to rebuild it instead of 2. All I know is that Italy did nothing wrong. There's only one Italian guy here, and he's a member of Durandal, so they're not too involved. Had they informed me, the EC armies would have defended the base, and we would have not had to rebuild anything. Well, you didn't want to cooperate with us. Like, what do you want? The Durandal is also responsible for crossing the German border without authorization. We told them who they were. We were in a hurry. Not only that, but they opened fire on the Blauer Nebel when they tried to stop them. Hey, they opened fire first. Let's get this straight. Normally, such actions would be considered acts of terrorism. Wait a minute, Stop it, both of you. This is not a court of justice. Mr. Hofer, as Prime Minister of Poland, what is your opinion on this matter? I do praise the Durandal's actions, but our army has also suffered casualties. Okay, but that's not our fault. I cannot truly disagree with Minister Glazier's proposal. Alright, then let us come to a decision. The Durandal is banned from engaging until any activities until further notice. Our official announcement will state that we believe the UCS is also behind the attack on the resource base. Ugh. Getting fucked over. Is he double dealing or is he just manipulating him? I leave Miss Allison's fate to you, Mr. Noland. Do you have any objections? No, Mr. Chairman. Then this meeting is over. Good day, gentlemen. Hey, these Germans are up to something. Jazzy, hello. Zell, can you shout out Jazzy? The UCS has fired a verbal salvo at the EC Assembly in the ongoing war of words between the two superpowers. Isn't the UCS busy putting down the two rebellions? the warring rebellions in Venezuela? Diggy mans. Be a good day if we were fishing? True! That's how you know. I always say morning instead of good morning, because if it was a good morning, I'd be fishing. How's everyone? I'm good. Jazzy, I'm gonna have to change my name. I'm gonna have to call myself Space Sheriff Gavin. They're canceling Sentai. I'm gonna have to change the name of the channel to Gavin. That's apparently what you have to do now. No. Yeah. Super Sentai is canceled. Long live Space Sheriff Gavin. I kill you, Gavin. I still don't know why the show is called Gavin. I was rambling about this earlier, but it makes no sense. The new Super Sentai season is going to be called Gavin, and he's not Gavin. He doesn't look like Gavin. He doesn't even look like a spaceship. Why are they going to call him Gavin? It's like Overwatch with that one guy, McCree. Yeah. Yeah, so the new plan for Super Sentai is that they're going to call the Red Ranger Space Sheriff Gavin. No relation to Space Sheriff Gavin, who's a different guy. They're just gonna call him that for no reason, because they think it'll sell toys. Apparently, I guess. I don't really understand what the plan is. Why wouldn't they at least call him Sherivan? Sherivan had a red suit, at least. It's not Gavin's series, basically Metal Heroes series no, Metal Hero series is back. I hate to tell you this, but that's old information. Metal Hero series is about to be on television. And they're gonna call it Gavin. It's Space Sheriff Gavin Infinity. No relation to the other guy. I still say changing McCree's name to Cassidy was an attempt at saving face. Oh yeah, the cowboy guy. But yeah, the new plan for Super Sentai is that they're gonna do another Super Sentai series, but the Red Ranger is gonna be called Space Sheriff Gavin. For some fucking reason. Is Project Red. They also have 4 names for it. I'm sure that's not going to be confusing, because the Magic Ninja thing has its own name. They're going with Universe Heroes or Universe Warriors, whatever the fuck. They're going with Project Red, and then also Space Sheriff Gavin. Gavin has no big mech, right? He kind of does. He has that robot dragon. It's not really a mech. He has a thing. He has a big robot animal. They're kind of doing that again, sort of. I think the new Gavin will have a mech. I'm a little unclear. He also has a thing that might turn into a mech. I'm a little unclear on the specifics. I've gotten a lot of leaked information. What if we change his name to Spaceman Officer Police Super Friend Wazoo? Wazoo? The Wazoo series? Basically Kamen Rider? Metal Heroes was it was its own whole thing for 10 years. The Metal Heroes was what they put on when Kamen Rider was off air for like a decade. It was its own whole series. And now we're bringing it back. Because this is their new gambit. Their new bizarre gambit to try to sell Super Sentai toys. The Assembly's recent press release, which alleges UCS responsibility for the German base attacks, was openly denounced by UCS President Clift. Clift classified the release as an open attack on his nation's credibility and promised to respond with armed force if the allegations were not retracted. As for the resource crisis currently threatening the nations of Europe, the Assembly has yet to respond to an offer made by the Republic of Zafter to re-establish trade relations. Why did they cut off Zafter trade relations? Latona. Oh wait, I do know Latona, don't I? Oh no, wait. That's not her. I'm getting turned around. This is no wait. I do know her from this game. I thought they named that girl I saw earlier. It's like, wait, I recognize that name, but I'm stupid. Getting myself turned around. Elsa, what are you still doing here? You know the Durandal's activities have been suspended indefinitely. I could ask you the same question. I needed to take a walk. I couldn't sleep. You know you don't have to feel responsible for what's happening. Who needs a radiator when my doggy is warm enough? Warm doggy. Hot water bottle. Ah, a warm doggy. Elsa double shoot girl. Yee. Actually, should I teach her double shoot? Because it said it needs to be the same weapon. So can she not do it with... If she has, like, do I need 2 machine guns to use double shoot? Or can she do it with a machine gun and a shotgun? I was a little confused by the skill description. Excuse me, ladies. Frederick! I'm surprised this guy's fucking alive. You'd think the OCU would assassinate him. Double machine gun or double shot? Okay, so it has to be the same weapon. Gotcha. You can mix? No? Wait, what? Can I mix or no? In the older games, you could mix. In Front Mission 1, they had the switch skill, which you just had to have 2 ranged weapons. Who are you? Don't answer that. Hey, you're that secretary we met in Germany. She's not a secretary. You can mix shotgun and machine gun. Double shoot 2, you can... Okay, so I'll teach her that one instead. I won't take double shoot 1. Gotcha. I am no one's secretary. I am a Durandal pirate. And I asked you a question. Who are you? Frederick, you shouldn't answer that. Where are my manners? I apologize. My name's Lancaster, Frederick Lancaster. You know, that's actually probably fine. No one in the EC, as far as I know, is trying to kill him. He's a freelance journalist. Yeah, is that what you call it? Dude, this guy is a terrorist. Wait, how did you get him here? Oh, that was easy. Security's real lax. What with the suspension and all. Miss, as far as we know. Yeah, Elsa. I mean, you know, he gets himself into trouble a lot. This guy's from Front Mission 1. And to follow a story on on his bizarre conspiracies, which were right about the Huffman conflicts, he joined a terrorist organization. Actually, twice. He joined 2 terrorist organizations. This guy's awesome. I'm really surprised he's still alive at this point in the continuity. It's crazy that Freud... It's crazy that other people from Front Mission 1 got involved with other stuff, but this guy's still running around. You remember the Durandal team that was in Poland? How did you get that information? I prefer machine gun over shotgun in 4. I prefer focus fire over spread damage. Yeah, I kind of like... In like 2 and 3, the way shotguns worked was kind of weird. I like how they changed shotguns, but maybe machine guns are still better. It was weird in Front Mission 2. Shotguns kind of worked as machine guns. Hey, I'm not your ordinary journey, you know? I have my sources. What intrigues me, though, is how you were able to predict the attack on the resource base. I hope you find our security guards as intriguing, because I'm calling them right now. Whoa, hold on a minute. I didn't come in here just to ask questions. I have some info you people might be interested in. Info? Yeah, that's right. How about a trade? Fine. Tell us what you know first. Not here. You might sick security on me after I told you. Where do you prefer we go, then? Let's go to the pub outside the base. I have a bodyguard waiting for me there. Oh, who is it? I bet this will be funny. In 5, though, I like shotgun. Oh, I'll remember that. What do you think? Alright, then, let's go. Well, it's not like you two have anything better to do. Who's his bodyguard? Which one is your bodyguard? You know, I can't tell you that, but don't worry. He's watching us, so don't do anything rash. What we'll do depends on your information. Can I recognize the bodyguard? Durandal's customers are always welcome. This was a lonely town before the Durandal built their base here. It's livened up quite a bit since then. What does the Durandal do, I wonder? They don't look like soldiers, but they have Wenzers and their security guards carry weapons. I mean, it's a weapons testing facility. So it might scary for the folks, and it's they do simulations for tactics. It might scary for the folks living around here. Actually, did they not release public information on what the Durandal does? Latona, how have you been? Why don't you sit down? I'll buy you a drink. Who's this? Nick. He works for one of the Wanzer manufacturers that sends us products to test. I'm sorry, Nick, but we're a little busy right now. Aw, come on. I thought we could talk about that gear you were interested in today. Maybe some other time. Well, that's rough, buddy. This is striking out hard. Alright then. First, let's recap what happened. Just tell us what you know. Now. Whoa, not so fast. Don't you know the meaning of give and take? It doesn't mean I give and you take. He is my friend, Monsieur Lancaster. But tell us, why did he actually give his last name? Why did he introduce himself as Frederick? How much do you know of what's happening? And more than he should, I'm sure. This is what I know. The German bases were attacked, so the assailants could gain access to the new resource base and destroy it. That attack would have been impossible without the help of a German military insider, and I know the only party capable of carrying of carrying out and profiting from that operation would be the Republic of Zaftra. Actually, it makes sense that he would be here because he, more than almost anybody in the world, knows how bad Zaftra is. The OCU has been lying about what happened in Huffman, but he actually knows. He published a book on it. There is not sufficient proof to blame Zaftra. Okay, but this guy's a conspiracy theorist. I'm sure that doesn't really change anything for him. Latona. Wait, calm down, Lieutenant Latona. Vasilev of the Zafran army. I mean, ex-lieutenant. Oh, she's the sister of that other guy? You didn't know? It's not exactly a secret. She's a deserter? I thought she was just from Poland or something. There is no reason for secrecy. I have nothing to hide. Well, in any case, my educated guess is that Zaftra's responsible. If the EC falls into a resource crisis, it would have had to rely on imports from either the UCS or Zaftra. How can you be certain the UCS isn't involved? The EC government says it has proof that the UCS is responsible. The UCS doesn't need income from exports to the EC. On the other hand, Zaftra's economy has been in steep decline ever since the EC stopped importing from them. There are things even I don't understand. Why would anyone in the German military have reason to help Zaftra? Why didn't the Zaftrans head directly to Poland instead of attacking the German bases? Yeah, that's true. They could have just gone straight there. If they had someone on the inside helping them. True. My gut tells me they're planning something bigger, and if you ask me, probably more bad news. What I need for you is confirmation. I want you to tell me if my guesses are right, and I promise that whatever you tell me stays confidential. But we believe there is a strong possibility the Republic of Zafra is responsible for the attacks. Latona! Elsa and her team found evidence that could have proved it, but it's gone. Glacier must have destroyed it by now. Zaftra is my homeland, but I cannot doubt my friends. It is difficult for me. I'm sorry, I was being inconsiderate. Do not worry. So what is the information you have for us? Give and take, yes? You know a certain Wagner of the Blauer Nebel. Yes. He may be a Zaftran covert agent. Oh, really? What? That way he has scary red eyes. Zaftra has been sending spies to other countries for decades. Well, I guess Zaftra is not the only country to do that, but the quality of their spies is top-notch. Chances are it's because you come from Zaftra that you can confirm stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure she understands because she left Zaftra. Like, she defected from Zaftra. She lives in the EC now. I'm sure she understands. But the quality of their spies is top-notch. Finding spies has been my life's work ever since I was involved in a certain incident. Is that what you call it? Don't worry, Latona. I know you're not a spy. Since you're used to your own country's hijinks, you can sniff out their BS at the drop of a hat. Ella, sounds about right. Certain incident, yeah. But I've developed a headache reading that manga, lol. Yeah. This guy knows all about that. He was very involved in Huffman. Spies don't make it public knowledge that they have military experience in their country of origin. Frederick, do you have concrete evidence that Wagner is a spy? This guy doesn't really do concrete evidence. You're asking for a little much. Actually, no, but I know I'm right. That's all the info I have right now. Whoever is responsible, I'll find them. Randall, yeah, okay. So there's no need to talk for anybody else. I appreciate you two taking the time to listen to me. I'm gonna stay here a little while. I need to think about a few things. Now that we're done, why don't you tell us who your bodyguard is? My bodyguard? To tell you the truth, I never hired one. Oh, I thought he had somebody else from Front Mission 1 with him. I thought so. Are you going to stick security on me now? What, the bar security? No, not today, Monsieur Lancer. Lancaster. But I think you should refrain from sneaking into our headquarters from now on. There's no use asking him about. Don't worry, I promise I won't. Okay. Yeah, right. I wouldn't take this guy at his word. Wagner? A spy? But how can we prove it? Elsa! Hermes, weren't you supposed to be on vacation? There was something I wanted to check before I left. And boy, did I hit pay dirt. Come with me to the briefing room. Quick! What's the rest? I'll explain later. Let's go to the hangar first to get prepared for anything. Oh, the computer shop is here. Hold on. I might want to get link points. Support skills. The AP cost looks good, but I know it doesn't always activate. The offensive skills are here too. Piercing missile, impact missile, ECE. This might be good just to get EP+. It's probably not worth it. Heavy as fuck manga. Yeah. Well, it's... I mean, the events in it are pretty heavy, too. Repair plus. I don't need most of these skills, but... What does boost do, actually? I can't check. Sniper skills, assault skills... Melee skills... Changing the probability, probably read too much of it in one go. I might just get everyone extra link points. It's annoying that 2 link points cost 12, but 1 link point costs 10. But having more is still better. Alright, let me look at everyone's skills before I buy anything. First of all, let me check the pilot setup. Okay, so I can get link points like this. Deals damage to all enemies in a linked battle with a sweeping machine gun burst. That sounds pretty good. Fires a double attack of the same type of range. Okay, so that one I don't want, but range 2 I have put it down. Yeah, take a break. Taking some headache meds. Make sure you get the right kind, because there's like migraine meds and there's headache meds. Panic shot, terror shot, machine gun level. How much is the upgrade? Rapid fire, feint, shotgun level. Cost 30 points. So if I buy her the link skills, then I can get... Speaking of that, my head does hurty. Oh no. Why is everybody head hurty? Okay, let me look at everybody else's skills first. Shield bash. Counterattacks. The shield must be selected as the counterattack action. Skill slots +4, AP charge, max AP. Impact missile. Let me just get him more AP. He's another one that I don't think link skills trigger on missile fire. I could use it with his melee, but he's usually not going to be close enough to use my missile guy. Upgrade. Get link points. Repair +2. Feint isn't really reliable. So you can just get that. I'm not sure I want to pair everybody up with links. Link points. You and Elsa just make sure you're all linked up properly. Nah, he doesn't have enough points. Sensor plus? Widen sensor range by 1 square. Huh. Move plus. I feel a little better now that I have a nice cold glass of water. Yeah, drink water. Drink water. It's important. Weapon level gives a nice bonus damage. Does that also affect accuracy? Or is it just damage? Yeah, let me run the... I want Bosch to be able to get link points. So let me run the simulator ones. But where is Hermes? Online shop? Oh, they do have an online shop in this. The explanations only say damage. Ah. Oh, the Durandal simulations are different? We get a little more EP. They saved the simulator round for this German base. Oh hey, we get to play the defenders. That's funny. Big horde of Lancers coming in. Huh. Wait, if they're coming from there and there, I mostly just gotta defend this one. But I could... Okay. Oh, I'll send Lacona this way. Which, you have the sensor backpack, right? So I'll send him this way. And then he can set up attacks for him. Once he gets out there. And you follow Bosch to repair him. Okay. Okay, I'm off for a while. Hope to see you streaming again. Yeah, I'll probably end soon too, but I stream every Saturday and Monday. And sometimes I do collabs. I did a collab yesterday. Do you play blind or with guides? There are secret parts in 4? Generally I play blind. Sometimes I look up guides for stuff if I get stuck. I'd be interested if there's stuff like in Front Mission 2. I followed a guide just because it was the game wasn't fully translated, but that did help me find all the secret reference stuff to Front Mission 1. Sensor can be used to jam enemy missiles and help you. Well, yeah, I'm sending him there to shoot missiles here. Like I can leave Zed here, and if I send Bosch down there, then I can have him. Then I should be able to target my missiles without leaving the castle. Bro's gonna be my targeting system. I'd be mostly interested in the secrets if they're like lore stuff. If it's gameplay stuff, then I'd rather just try to figure it out. Oh, sorry if that's a link. The links are just blocked in chat automatically. For secret Wanzer parts, it was sick as hell. In Front Mission 2, they give you a raven. I don't know if I want that thing. It's kind of cursed. Yeah, let me get. You can't post links here, but I'll grab a Discord invite. In case anyone wants to join. On Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays, we do watch-alongs. On Saturday, we watch tokusatsu stuff. On Sunday, we watch anime, mostly mecha anime. All mecha anime this time. I was trying to work in Magical Girls, but the Magical Girl slot is currently Ray Earth. So that's technically a mecha anime. And then on Mondays, we watch movies. We're gonna watch the second part of the Gantz live-action movies. Because we watched the first one last week. I was considering whether to put another Gantz, but I don't think it's super necessary. Maybe I should have sent Hermes this way to fix this grenade gun. I didn't think of that. Can you fix it? I assume you can. It lets you fix enemies, so I'm sure it'll let you. Like, you can target your allies with attacks and your enemies with healing, so I'm assuming it'll let me heal this base gun. In Front Mission 2, along with all the lore stuff, you could also unlock... They would give you a Raven, which was the S-type device suit from Front Mission 1. Although they don't cut somebody apart to strap them inside it in Front Mission 2. A little less intense. I'm wondering if Wagner is a Zaftran spy. Is he like a real number, or like a... is he like an S-type or something? The arm that have built-in weapons? He has the claw. Durandal have built-in machine gun arm? I mean, you could buy the Gusts. At least in the other run. Like the other group of characters. Where's that? Can I reach this missile guy? I want to stop him from killing this grenade launcher. I guess I should have sent Bosch and Hermes down the other way. This way is longer than I thought, because it loops around. Also, for sniper, the arm hit rate depends on the arm that holds the sniper. The other arm accuracy modifier doesn't matter. Does it affect the accuracy if you have two arms or not? Like, if one of your arms gets broken, does that drop your accuracy? Or do they just hold it with two arms just for style? Halves? Ah, gotcha. That's what I figured. You need both arms? I think you could still fire it with one arm, but I assume the accuracy declines. You can still fire it? Yes, the accuracy is terrible. Yeah, I figured that. That makes sense. Makes sense, makes sense. These guys all have double shotguns. I don't know, that one is a bazooka. Where is the Donna? Shotgun. I can't quite reach the bazooka guy. Let me try to knock his attack system down too. So I usually use high accuracy arm for rifle and the other arm just lower weight. Yeah, because the weight power system affects accuracy too. Makes sense, makes sense. Save your power for other parts. Doesn't having higher power and lower weight also improve your accuracy in invasion? Or does that not apply? Where is Hermes? There you go. No? No? I thought it did work like that. I'm pretty sure it does in other games. Power depends on your body or if you have turbo backpack. Evasion comes from legs and body pilot. Am I wrong? Did the other games not have a system like that? Mission. Wait. Ow. What gets affected by WP? Really only one thing? For every 10 underweight... Oh no, this is for the remake. How did it work? You get... Oh, in front mission 1, you get a movement bonus when weight power ratio is low. Huh. Hit points... I guess maybe they don't have that in newer games. The more weight, the less weight you can put on your Wanzer. Yeah. For other parts. I think I fumbled this base defense a little bit. In 4, you want free power for melee attacker. The more free weight, the more the attack power. But there's a skill that makes it so if you're heavier, you do more damage with melee, though. The skills, but you need the skills to proc. Yeah, I was wondering about that, about like the minus AP skills and stuff. They might not be that useful if they don't activate all the time. I probably should have attacked with Elsa first so Latona could do 2 attacks. Oh well. There's also double strike skills too, hit 2 times with 2 melee weapons in both hands. Oh. Classic. 1 same type, 2 different type, okay. Oh, the melee weapon types? Right, because they have the punch, the pile bunker, and the rod. glad Bosch is dodging attack, because it's gonna take a minute before, before my repair guy gets up here. He's good at dodging attacks. If you don't need Latona's backpack, you can change the backpack for turbo. More unused power for melee attack. I like the EMP backpack actually. It's pretty good. I do think the 50% is like a flat hit rate that's not affected by damage. I didn't know these guys had jetpacks. Shit. I really fucked up this base defense then. Uh-oh. This might, the simulation might be a wash. I should have checked. Technically, I don't actually need to defend the base. It is significantly higher damage? Yeah, but I mean, being able to make it so enemies can't attack is pretty good too, you know? Okay, wait. Okay, now Bosch. How far can you retreat and still hit them? Okay, and then I should be able to heal him next turn. Let me kill this guy. Melee damage you can do is 98 Latona's Pile Launcher times 1.6 max proficiency times 2 100% damage from free weight times 2 max chain in a battle skill. And you also get extra attacks if you can line up link attacks. Man, he's really good at dodging. Yeah, that's the effect of the sensor pick. I'm sort of mixed on the shield. Maybe it would be better just give her another melee weapon. That or to have an arm with more health, because at 200 health, she's just... even if she blocks her arm... I guess that's still better because it directs the damage to a part I don't need. It's the main use of shields. Rather than actually blocking damage. But yeah, maybe later I'll give her 2 melee weapons and try to drop her weight a lot. The EMP backpack is nice though, and it's nice on a melee unit, because then that gives her an action she can do even if she's further away. Okay, killed that guy. Actually, if weight doesn't affect a lot, maybe I could give Elsa the EMP backpack. She wouldn't have a lot of opportunities to use it though, because she can shoot further than it can. Like that's really good. It's just this one just can't attack for a certain amount of time. That's you could say that there's benefits to not having the backpack, but the EMP backpack is actually really good. I'm sure there's a trade-off. I like how often her rapid fire skill activates. Being Zed must be boring. Shoot missiles once per turn while everyone are having accent. Well, you know, he's our commander. He's taking in the the strategic situation up there. Yeah, I didn't know these guys had melee. These guys had jetpacks. I'm not going to be able to defend this turret. Strategic fumble. I should have sent everyone to the right side, and then they could have... Then, Hermes could have repaired that turret, and then we could have doubled back to fight the guys coming in. See, that's why the shield is actually useful. That could, you know, ultimately her arm just broke, but that could have been something important. I'd rather have her lose her right arm than die or have her legs broken or something. Although she's good at dodging, maybe she doesn't need the shield. High evasion body have less power, high evasion legs are more heavy. Bosch always feels lacking in terms of weight for me. I mean, Bosch is mostly there to just, you know, carry around the sensor backpack. It'd be nice if I could give him a rifle. Although I guess that wouldn't work with the build, because he needs to be closer for the sensor backpack to be useful. What would be a good setup for that? Repair all parts. You can give characters other roles with enough money from the simulators. You can completely respect everyone. Yeah, so maybe I gotta... Probably Bosch I gotta give... Maybe I could have him do melee? Him doing machine guns is okay. Although I guess melee he would be at a disadvantage because the sensor backpack is actually pretty heavy. Oh, darn, he was too close to the wall. Oops. Okay. Once you have more links, more AP and skills, things will get more chaotic, more action, skills keep proccing. Yeah, the big problem is AP and links. AP is always in high demand. And it's always a little frustrating because generally I just don't have enough AP to do counterattacks as it stands. So AP and AP charge skills are very necessary. And it's tricky to set up links right. Riley Kyle, hello. Welcome in. Good morning. Oh boy, Zeet's in a little bit of trouble. I found with both teams that some missions are designed to make you split your team in two, but you only have one healer. Yeah, I mean this one, it has the two paths up the castle. Like it sort of prompts you to break off into two groups. Is it like Front Mission 2? Like, do the two teams ever meet up, or they just stay separate? I can see how the stories are related, but do they actually ever meet in person? Speaking of healers, Latona's taking a lot of damage. We should probably work our way over. That would be a big... Yeah, that would be a big spoiler. So I guess don't answer that. Good point, good point. Let me try to kill some of these guys before their attack system down wears off. Where would you think we'd be in the crypto and AI bubble never happened? That's a good question, because tech trends weren't really that inspiring before then either. I don't know. Technology wasn't especially going in a good direction, regardless. I guess we'll find out eventually, because I still think it's gonna crash. The big problem with the AI thing is that they can't deliver. Every year now, all these companies have been promising they're just on the cusp of inventing an AGI. And it never comes to fruition. Probably because it's not possible with current technology. But, you know, GPUs wouldn't be scarce and overpriced. That would be nice, but they wouldn't be as good. Though I guess it doesn't really matter if you can't buy one. Full self-driving? Yeah, that's never gonna fucking happen. The thing is, they already understand why you can't do it, because there's a bunch of those stupid websites that, like, pose the moral question of, like, okay, if a car is out of control and it has to decide who to crash into, it's like, okay, but if a car chooses to crash into somebody, nobody's ever going to accept that. Like, obviously, there's less moral hazard to, like, human error. That's like a huge problem for liability. Because then who is liable? Is it the car company? I don't know. It would crash into me. Jazzy. All these companies are so focused on their marketing of innovative and smart use in AI without actually having a plan. Because there's no actual innovative and smart use other than killing people. Yeah, I mean, the lavender system is very innovative. So there's some innovation that they've accomplished, but other than that, there's not really anything to write home about. Because to all investors, it's... The thing is, there's this weird negative feedback loop where, like, venture capital tech bro investors are lying to tech bro AI people, and the AI people are lying back. So there's this, like, circular loop of investors and, like, tech scammers lying to each other. And neither of them, like... Yeah, maybe they've realized at this point, but it didn't quite seem to dawn on either of them that, like, neither side was telling the truth. So it's like they've been promised for years that a real use for this technology would materialize. It just never has. There have been many such statements that such a thing would be created. However, there still is no such use. Fake it till you make it. Yeah, they're really faking it until you make it. It's so real. It's never been more real than it is now. But, you know, we're so many years in and they still haven't, you know, produced an AGI. They still haven't produced an AI that's really useful in any regard. The thing is, they're just not reliable more than anything else. Even if they can do more tasks faster, like, no reasonable person would trust an AI to do a task correctly over a human. Maybe some people would, but those people are not really sensible. Those people are too enamored by shiny new objects. Even if you could prove, like, statistically the AI would be fine, I would never trust it over, like, just having a person do the job. It's just it's not even the reliability, I guess, it's the level of confidence. If a person fucks it up, you can at least ask them, like, what they did and have them go fix it. If an AI fucks something up, then everything is fucked. Still check its work? Yeah, it's like you're gonna have to pay somebody to check its work anyway, so why didn't you just teach that person how to do the job in the first place? More crafted products built to last rather than build quickly and break things? AI fucks it up and lies about it, yeah. It's so funny how the AIs lie. It's like the fucking, like, Rococo's Basilisk problem, but it's stupid. Instead of the AI being evil, it's just dishonest. It's not even the Rococo's Basilisk, it's like the Turing test. We need a new Turing test, but to determine when an AI is lying. Instead of if it's an AI or not. Also, a worker person has some level of integrity and morals. Software can be programmed to have none of that. Well, I mean, you would have to... It's not that it can be programmed to not have it. You would have to find a way to program it to have it in the first place. It's the other direction that's the problem. It's the Chinese room, yeah. We're not sure how to program morals. You know, really, we're not quite sure what morals are. That's the whole philosophical question. We don't need artificial intelligence. We need artificial morality. We kind of need neither. I don't really need either of those. We need less artificial. We could just give up on the whole, you know. Maybe there's a bit of sunk cost fallacy going on, but I think we could just give up on the whole AI experiment. I think it, you know, they tried, but it turns out that we don't have the technology to be doing any of that. Actually, we cannot. People still think digital dummies are intelligent. Yeah, that's really the problem with AI. It's just not very smart. Remember in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory where they built a computer to know where the golden ticket is? Oh yeah. Let me quick save. I'm going a little over my usual stream time. What a stretch. Okay, so that'll be all for today's stream. Watch along in the Discord in like 20 minutes. We're gonna be watching Gant's Perfect Answer. The second Gantz movie. I'll post another schedule on Friday. I actually forgot to this week. But I'll post a schedule on Friday, but I'll be streaming on Saturday and next Monday. So, follow me on... Join the Discord and follow me on Twitter to keep posted on streams and whatnot. But for now, that's gonna be all. Let me find somebody to read. A lot of people are streaming. Who started more recently? I always like to raid people like... It's always good to try to raid people like near the start of their stream, I think. Well, let me see of these people who started most recently. If Twitch will load, that's also a problem. Okay, 1 hour in, 3 hours in, 10 hours in. Okay, so I guess we'll raid Ray. My first time in Sentai in stream. Oh yeah, you usually leave a little bit earlier. Get the raid message /raid. Lightspeed rescue. Yeah, it's like I paid somebody to do the Lightspeed rescue acoustic. I might get more. There's a couple I'm thinking of. Might get like Time Force and stuff. Reminds me, I saw a horror movie that was That's Captain Mitchell. Oh, to look into that. But yeah, for now, that'll be it for this stream. But yeah, I'll see you next weekend. See you again, dude. Yep. But yeah, copy that raid message. And we'll get going in a minute. Let me make sure I have it copied. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Thanks to all the friends, everyone who said hello, all the lurkers, all that good stuff. I love lurkers. It's because I'm always lurking in streams, honestly. It's relatable. I usually just come into a stream, I say hi, and then I just kind of vibe. I feel like I used to be more talkative in people's chats. I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna raid. Okay, bye-bye.